All right, hello everyone. We are checking that everything is running as expected. All right, hello everyone. Should be fine now. There was some feedback. Yeah, I think we're okay now. Okay, yeah, the feedback is solved. All right, well, again, thanks everyone. We are all very excited to be hosting this online conference today. We had a really great time on our live conference on March 4th. Um, Lots of great feedback from the audience. The speakers were amazing. And yes, we're very excited to share with you all of these great sessions by some of the speakers that were not able to join, but their sessions were so terrific, and these are very amazing girls that we really wanted to have like an opportunity to share with you all of their great knowledge and all of their skills and the things that they want to share with us. So before we start, I will like to tell you a little bit about what do we do in Women Tech Makers Scotland and in the whole Women Tech Makers program. All right, so the Women Tech Makers program is a community-driven program for women by women and allies within the Google developer ecosystem. And the program aims to provide visibility and provide a place to share with the community and to share resources for women in technology. And well, how do we do this? We organize a lot of events, and you can join us to be part of the Women Tech Makers program. But we also have another initiative within the program, which is the Women Tech Makers Ambassadors. Within Women Tech Makers Scotland, we have, I believe, 4 ambassadors, but we're really looking forward to have more ambassadors in Scotland. So, who are the Women Tech Makers ambassadors? Well, they're women and allies who support women in technology, and we're looking to create impact by giving back to the community, by creating all of these really nice, events and opportunities. And I have to say, we have some male Women Tech Makers ambassadors, and they are great, and we really appreciate their support. And again, we engage, we're a local community. In our case, in Women Tech Makers Scotland, we are looking forward to working and helping the wider community across the whole country. And yeah, organizing events like this and workshops and activities. So if you want to join the Women Tech Makers community, you can go to that link. For members, you can just go ahead and apply. You will have access to curated content. You will receive regular emails tailored to your interests, and with resources from Women Tech Makers, from Google, and the global like tech ecosystem. You will also have like early access and first look and to the special announcements for upcoming events and new technologies that are being developed by Google. And of course, you will connect with a global network of amazing women in technology. So please go ahead and sign up and join us. Amazing program. And of course, we want to thank our sponsors from the conference. The in-person conference and the online conference are part of the same event. So we really want to thank our sponsors. within our gold sponsors, of course, Google, Charles River Laboratories, Morgan Stanley, Nearform, the University of Glasgow. They sponsored the venue, which was absolutely beautiful. We want to also thank our silver sponsors, which is JP Morgan, and our bronze sponsors, FileStack, Think Analytics, and GitHub. And we also want to thank our partners. We have amazing partners, the Glasgow City Innovation District, the amazing girls at Dress Code, the beautiful girls at Next Tech Girls in London, and this amazing initiative that personally I absolutely love, which is called Your Future. And they do free boot camps for refugees, and then they help them to place them in different work, in different jobs within the tech industry. So yeah, we want to thank them for joining us in this journey. And yeah, let's just start. And we're gonna start with an amazing talk by Emma Pearson. It's called "I'm Not Sorry." And please, if you have any question, any comments, feel free to do it on the chat. Some of the talks are going to be recorded, and some of them are going to be live because today is Mother's Day, and some of the girls, of course, they want to go out and celebrate the day. But yes, please feel free to share any comments or questions on the chat. And yeah, thank you so much for joining us. It's going to be a really long day and full of amazing talks. We're going to have a workshop by the end of the day, and I Am Remarkable workshop. We are going to be sharing on the chat on YouTube and also within the online conference tool a link for you to sign up for the I Am Remarkable workshop, because by the nature of the workshop, it's not going to be streamed live. So, and it's not going to be recorded. So don't miss it because it's really nice. And yeah, let's start with the first talk. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Emma. Thank you for coming to this talk on my journey with managing imposter syndrome. As my family say, I have a tagline of "I'm sorry." I apologise a lot. I over-apologise quite a lot. Apologise for the stuff I need to, but I'm also definitely guilty for apologising for stuff I cannot control. This actually comes under the umbrella of imposter syndrome, which I'll talk about. But ironically, before I get started, I'd like to do a quick apology to you all. I can't be with you live to be able to do this conversation talk, which again, as I mentioned, the fact that I would have liked this to have been a conversation rather than just really me speaking. It would have been great to hear about your own experiences, but be there. So this is recorded. Hopefully the recording is okay and there's no issues with it. But please feel free to reach out to me. I will link my socials at the end, and it would be great to hear from you. Because as I said, I've kind of structured this to really be a bit of a conversation. It would have been great to hear about any of your own coping mechanisms with imposter syndrome, or if you knew anyone who had your own experiences, it would have been great to hear. So please feel free to reach out to me. So why I am not sorry. I thought this was because when I decided I want to talk about imposter syndrome and perhaps create a talk about it, my own imposter syndrome flared up, and there was a lot of thoughts going through my head, and a lot I felt, oh no, if I ever did this talk, I would need to apologise. The first thing I would do was go up and say, I'm really sorry. And I decided the best way, as I acknowledged my imposter syndrome, was to turn it on its head and actually integrate it into my talk. So this was a fun way for actually used to get a wee bit of fun facts about myself, just to start off with, and also for me to kind of conquer a wee bit, or at least manage my imposter syndrome a little bit with it. And really it helps me kind of bring self-awareness to myself with it. So really I'm using this to help my own imposter syndrome. These are all helping me out. So I am not sorry that I'm a first-time speaker. At some point everyone is, and it was great. Women in Tech really did a kind of advertisement for the fact they were looking for first-time speakers. That definitely helped me at ease as well. But yes, guilty of a first-time speaker. I have did a couple of demos and stuff inside my team, but again, that's all software, not anything really personal, something important where I came up with the content for it. So it's very nerve-wracking to do, so please bear with me. But I am not sorry for being a first-time speaker. Take that off. I am not sorry for only having 2 years experience in tech. When I had applied to do this for a Women in Tech conference, I really had that thing of, I did not feel like I belong here. I've only been in a professional work environment 2 years in tech. Is this really something that's relevant? Is people really going to want to hear from me having only 2 years experience? But the one thing that I've learned about imposter syndrome, as well as I've started kind of reading up on it and talking to other people about their experiences, is it's not only women in tech, it's not only women in general, it's everyone can experience imposter syndrome in any line of business, any line of field. It can affect you in your everyday life. So I felt this was something that I would like to do and raise awareness about. And I probably actually should apologise for being a dad joke lover. I do enjoy a bad joke. So apologies if there's any throughout this. So I will say sorry for that. But I'm not sorry for being a first-time speaker, and I'm not sorry for only having 2 years experience in tech. So there's me conquering my imposter syndrome. So I decided I really want to do this talk, one, to raise awareness, talk about various signs and sources. Also useful for me as I'm kind of reading up on it as well, so it was great for me to be able to do it. There's a big thing about keeping your friends close but your enemies closer. The more you know about the syndrome, the better chance you have of controlling it, the better chance you have of helping your friends out if you notice the signs and symptoms within them as well. I thought it'd be a great way to be able to talk about my experience. I know there is a lot of kind of students that might be joining these talks. Recently, having graduated myself and joining, there's a lot of things I wish maybe actually I'd kind of heard about imposter syndrome before. And maybe would have helped me not make some of the mistakes that I'll talk about in my experience, and perhaps get some people a better footing as they start in the work environment, or if they're moving to a new job as well, or just a new team. It might be something to give you a fresh start as you're going through. So that'd be quite important to do. And the biggest thing that I want everyone to take away is, hopefully, as cheesy as it sounds, you're not alone. Everyone has similar feelings, which it takes me a long time to understand and kind of admit my pride in that. It's not just me feeling this. And it's really great if we'll be able to help each other, and hopefully you'll be able to take away some experiences or feelings, coping mechanisms really to help you overcome this, and really talking about what it all is. So this was the kind of goals for my talk. So what is imposter syndrome? I decided to model my slideshows after the game Among Us. I don't know if everyone's aware of it, but Among Us is a game that you can play with your friends or a group of people, and you all need to complete tasks, but one of you is assigned as the imposter, and you know you're the imposter, and you need to go around and sabotage these attacks. So I thought that'd be a quite fun thing to kind of go about as I was talking through imposter syndrome. And really, I thought it was a good way to help kind of describe, at least for me, how I think of imposter syndrome. So if you imagine you're standing there in a group of friends and you're the imposter, how would you feel? You would be praying that you don't get caught, worried that the smallest mistake will let everyone see who you truly are. People suffering from imposter syndrome doubt your skills and abilities. So as well as living the fear of being exposed, they'll even downplay their success and blame it on good luck or someone else helping them out, or the simplicity of the task. So that is how I would talk and start to describe imposter syndrome. You can go to Google and get many different definitions, but when I think of imposter syndrome, I think of this scenario and how you truly feel. No matter how much you accomplish at the end of the day, you'll feel as if you're somehow tricking everyone into believing you're valuable and capable. These feelings can be really profound, and it can lead to you as well being constant fear, having high levels of performance anxiety. On top of that, as I mentioned, you might have difficulty accepting your achievements. You won't celebrate them at all. You'll try to minimise them or really attribute it to other factors, as I've mentioned. People with imposter syndrome will actually avoid putting themselves in situations to test their abilities as they're afraid of being discovered as fake and the fear of failure. When you consider yourself a fraud or unable to meet other people's expectations, you're constantly worried and you're trying to hide by keeping yourself as busy as possible to look like you're doing so much work. In other words, you strive to become the busy bee at work, so the one everyone relies on to get the job done. But again, this can come to the fear of overworking and really striving to overachieve. And the last thing could be self-sabotaging. I can give you the example of when it came to doing this talk, as soon as I went from going to do one virtual date to doing the other and knowing I wasn't able to do it and it was going to have to be a recording, I was like, I really don't want to do this. I procrastinated a lot on trying to actually do this recording. I recorded it multiple times. This is probably like the 70th time I am now doing this recording for the talk. And I also really had the thought of just saying, oh, sorry, I don't have a web camera or something like that. So self-sabotaging is a big sign for imposter syndrome as well. As I've mentioned, victory. So you've achieved your success and you will immediately downplay it. You'll blame it on, I talked about other factors such as luck, other people helping. You'll even say the task was so simple it should have been done. Actually, you'll even downplay your success by going, that should have been done quicker. That task was dead simple, so actually it took me longer to do. I actually talked about myself trying to self-sabotage. Saying, oh, I've not even got a web camera, before reminding myself that was my imposter syndrome and coming to do it. But these are all kind of types of protecting strategies, I should call it. So this is the feeling of imposter syndrome, and you're just trying to hide away, as you would say, and hide the fact that you're feeling these. So you can procrastinate, not do it, as I mentioned. Use of charm. So I can be very bad for doing some self-deprecating humour. So hopefully you can see as I've started talking about some of the negatives that can come from having imposter syndrome. And I really wanted to dispel some myths, because some people will actually convince themselves that imposter syndrome is good for them. They will say, for example, the imposter syndrome has made you successful. You work hard, so you overwork, you try to overachieve. But as I mentioned, it'll stop you enjoying your success, and it can actually really mess with your self-esteem. It keeps you humble, for example. It will make you more anxious. You'll tell yourself that the feeling of inadequate stops you from becoming arrogant, or that feeling like of a fraud makes you work harder and do better. And you'll say like, well, this negative self-talk has got me this far, so it must be working. So as you can tell, those are myths, because you can get, from what I was saying, you can be highly anxious, depressed, really stressed, have a lack of self-esteem, and it really will prevent you from enjoying your success with imposter syndrome. Sometimes imposter syndrome and just a lack of self-confidence gets confused as one and the same, but it probably bears reminding the fact that a lack of self-confidence stops you from stepping forward, which can come under the umbrella of imposter syndrome. But imposter syndrome itself, it actually just accompanies you like after you've made that step forward. It poisons your thinking when you're moving and robs you of any joy when you're done. So just wanted to really highlight the difference is that you can have a lack of self-esteem, self-confidence under imposter syndrome, but they are not one and the same. Self-confidence will stop you stepping forward, but imposter syndrome is when you've already stepped forward. It can stop you making another step. But really all this stuff happens after you've taken that first successful step. So I've got to the point where I really want to talk about my experiences. after I graduated university and started working in a professional environment. So as I've said, I'm very guilty of over-apologising. Months into my professional career, this was heavily noticed. I was apologising for everything. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry to bother you. Sorry to interrupt were a few of my kind of usual sayings. So much so that after a few months in, it was actually noted. Well, a few people had actually mentioned it, a couple of jokes about it, but I was actually noting in a meeting with my manager that you say sorry quite a lot. And my first thing was to say, oh, I know I'm sorry, already repeating it as well. Like if I had a penny for every time I'd said that, I would be very rich right now. But my manager made a very good point to me, and this is something that I'll talk about slightly later on about what's helped me, and it comes with coping mechanisms and support of others. He was actually very nice, and he'd made a point to mention to me, by the way, I'm paid to get bothered by you. So don't say you're sorry to bother me because I get paid. I'm your manager. This is what I'm here for. I'm here to help you. And I started realising as time went on that really me apologising is only affecting myself. I would go into meetings and I would kind of sit back a bit, and really I had the fear of being discovered that I shouldn't be in this meeting. Like I should still be sitting in my university hall because I don't understand half of what they're saying. As time went on, I actually realised I started to develop a bit more self-confidence, the fact that I knew a bit more of what they're talking about. But again, my imposter syndrome would then step in and try and poison my thoughts as I would go. So I would have an idea, but I would still take the step forward, but I would say, oh, I'm sorry to interrupt, actually, what about this idea? So I was starting to kind of make a little bit of progress, but I really felt that I wasn't making headway. And I was starting to realise that, for example, in meetings, even if my idea was, everyone would listen to my idea, walk out, people would forget it was me that had said the idea because I wasn't standing out. I was quite meek. I was quite sorry to bother, sorry to interrupt. And I'd say my wee comment. Everyone would go, yeah, good idea, and move on. They were listening to my idea, but they really me as a professional in that environment. And it was something that I had noted personally that I felt was coming from me saying I'm sorry. And I would go away and people would go, that was a really good idea. Who said that again? And I'd be like, oh, me. And it actually came to a point where I was saying, why is no one remembering me in meetings? They're remembering some of my ideas, so I know that the ideas are good. But you can normally pick point and go, that person was really good in that meeting today. And actually, I was the one that said the idea. So it was, again, something that kind of worried me quite a lot. And I had several talks with my manager, with other teammates, and really watching people and getting help from mentors to help me realise this is what was going on. And so I decided one day, going into a meeting, I was not going to apologise. Or I would apologise if I was wrong or if I had been rude or anything, because that's what I worried with the line, was struggling with over-apologising versus not apologising and making sure that I'm still being a nice person. I definitely had the fear that if I stopped over-apologising, I would not apologise when I had to. And I didn't want to be a rude person, didn't want to be that kind of aggressive, confident person. I just wanted to still be a nice person, but also not over-apologise. So as you can imagine, even as I'm talking, I'm overthinking how it's all going on. So I decided I had to go for a meeting. I was not going to say I'm sorry unless it was warranted, which at that point for me was nearly everything. But I was trying to say if I did anything rude, that was what I was going to apologise for. So I went into the meeting and it went really well and I felt really happy, and I came out with a sense of pride. And it was great. It wasn't even just myself that I'd noticed it. I came out and many people commented and I got good feedback saying, you were really good in that meeting today. And the thing was, I was still submitting the same ideas as I'd always been, but I was presenting it with a bit more confidence in the fact that I was not saying I'm sorry and I was not coming across like that. And I was like, oh, this is starting to work. And then that's when I was joining meetings, I started hearing other people talking about imposter syndrome, and I started having the click that this is what I've been experiencing. But after I started actually hearing about imposter syndrome and realising this is what I had, I started looking at coping mechanisms. And again, this has really helped me come forward. There was actually the mental acknowledgement I've talked about at the start, the fact that I had imposter syndrome to do this talk. And I actually just made the mental acknowledgement of the fact that this is everything that I actually really want to apologise for. But no, I'm going to spin it and I'm going to use it. But actually just understanding this is my imposter syndrome coming up and flaring up. a good support system. I mentioned how my manager was quite good, as well as that, my teammates, just my friends in general, my family. Surround yourself with people that want to help you and also will cheer you and help bring you up. Helping others for me also personally, when I actually helped someone that actually said, oh, I've got a bit of imposter syndrome with this, I helped try to assure them and then realise that if I've got the compassion for other people to try and help them through this, why would I not have the compassion for myself? So having that mental acknowledgement that this is what you're feeling, having the self-awareness, having the compassion for yourself is really great, and actually celebrating your wins, even if you still got that bit of imposter syndrome thought of, oh, but it's a simple task, still celebrate it. The biggest thing that I like the song Hooked on a Feeling from Guardians of the Galaxy, if anyone likes Marvel. I love it, so that's how I always remember that song. It's from Guardians of the Galaxy. But Hooked on a Feeling, we can't control your feelings, but we can help start to reframe our thoughts from it. So I've talked about some of my self-coping mechanisms. I'd actually started reading books as well, and the 3 Steps to Success by in the Imposter Cure book. It was really important to me. I'll link it in the end. But those 3 steps I felt were extremely helpful, and that is, you want to change, you understand the theory, and you're trying out strategies. So having the willingness to look at your signs and go, I'm experiencing imposter syndrome right now. I've got the acknowledgement and this is what I'm feeling. You understand the theory of imposter syndrome and why you're having the thoughts. And then 3 is then trying out your strategies. There is loads of different strategies online, as well as a few that I've mentioned that I've personally experienced. Not one size fits all, as they say. Try them all. Try different ones and you'll find what works for you. Again, I've mentioned the ones that work for me, but you could go, there's lists and lists online. So I've just wrote about the ones that I've personally felt useful, that helped me. But please feel free to Google and have a look, because there is so many different coping strategies out there to try, and you will hopefully find the ones that fit for you. So I want you to take away the fact that hopefully you're not alone. You've had perhaps a bit more awareness about imposter syndrome. Remember to have compassion for yourself as you would have for others, because perfection doesn't exist, which I have a hard time admitting and trying to do. We're all technologists. So use Google, stay in contact with me, stay in contact with yourself, others, find facts, find coping mechanisms, find strategies that work for you. Really Google it. There's some good examples from like TED Talks, as well as the fact that they've actually got a full playlist on it. And I was talking about The Imposter Cure. That's one of many books that you can reach out and read. But The Imposter Cure by Dr. Jessamy Hibbard is really beneficial for me. And I think it had some really good coping mechanisms in there for you to try. All that leaves us to say thank you for listening. Apologies, it was the recording. So thanks for getting out of bed and listening. Please feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn. And hopefully, if you've had some experiences with this, you can relate. And if you've not and you're understanding it for the first time, that's great too. So thank you very much.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Emma, and thank you for your amazing presentation. It's always good for us to learn about, how can we cope and how can we overcome the imposter syndrome. That, as I'm sure all of you know, it doesn't matter if you're a junior developer or maybe you're a senior one. There's always that feeling coming around that you don't you really don't know what you're doing. Okay, so next we are going to have Charmaine. She's coming up, and Charmaine, she's a computer engineering student at the Imperial College London, and she will be presenting trial, error, and lead. So let's start. Charmaine, you can start sharing your screen, and thank you so much for joining us. We're looking forward to hear your presentation. Charmaine, can you share your screen, please?
Yes, sorry, there were some errors. Give me a while. I'm really sorry about it.
Don't worry. I'm sure everyone understands that running live events can be tricky sometimes.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so hello everyone. I am Shemaine, and today I will be talking about my leadership experience. And yeah, I've named it Trial, Error, and Lead because I feel like I've been going through a lot through my leadership experience, so that's why I named it that. So before I begin talking about my experience, I just want to understand what you guys would want to get out from this session. So feel free to pop in the chat on what you get out from this session so that I can try to answer any questions that you might have or just give any tips or advice. So I'll just put it into the chat box anytime during the presentation and I'll just look at them along the way. So with that, I'll tell you a bit more about myself. So I am a second-year computer engineering student in Imperial College London, and I am from Singapore. I only moved to 2 years ago for university, and something else about me, I've been dancing since I was 3, so it has been 18 years now, and I really enjoy dancing. So that's a bit more about me. Okay, so I'll just tell you guys more about my leadership positions that I've held and will be holding in the next academic year. So these are just a few, but I definitely did not have it go very smoothly throughout each of these leadership positions, and I'll get to them in a bit. Okay. So moving on to my leadership failures. So I first had my very first leadership failure when I was 11 years old. So what happened was I was running for a position of head prefect in my primary school. So it's basically like the president of the entire school that's representing the entire student body. So I applied for this role and I was really confident in myself. I had no idea why. Probably because when I was younger, I was always getting everything I wanted. And I was just always able to, basically get everything I want. Like when I was 8 years old, I wanted to transfer school to a girls' school, and then I just got it. When I wanted to become a prefect in my primary school, I just got it as soon as I tried it. So when I was running for the head prefect role, I was really confident. I was like, yeah, I'm definitely going to get this role, no doubt. And that was when I was really wrong. I did not get the head prefect position, and I did not get the second position as well, like the vice head prefect. So I did not get the president and the vice president role. So that was really demoralizing for me because, like I said earlier, I was always getting everything I wanted. So that was very new to me. And as an 11 years old girl, then I was just wondering, what did I do wrong? Am I just not as good as I thought I was? Am I just a horrible leader, which is why most of the students just decided to not vote for me? I had so many thoughts in my mind, and that me from continuing my role as a prefect for the last year of my primary school. So I kept thinking how I'm a really terrible leader, I can't do anything right. So throughout the last year, as just a normal prefect in my primary school, I just did not really do all of my responsibilities that were needed from me because I just kept self-doubting and I just kept thinking that I don't deserve to be there. Or you can say that it's like imposter syndrome kind of thing. But back then I did not know that this was such a thing, so I was just constantly doubting myself. So after that, when I entered my secondary school for 4 years, I decided that I am not suited to be a leader, and throughout the 4 years I never once stood up for any leadership position because I just kept thinking that I am not good for it. So that was what happened. I thought that I would be a lot happier not having to do something and then fail and then keep telling myself that I'm just a failure, I can't be a leader. But towards the last 2 years of my secondary school not stepping up for a leadership position at all, I started realizing that I did not really enjoy just being an ordinary member. So I was part of the Chinese Dance Society, and I started seeing some problems that I wanted to address. So in my Chinese Dance Society, we tend to have this hierarchical system where the juniors tend to not talk to the seniors as much because of this like tradition that we had, that we need to basically like as seniors we have to try to make our juniors respect us a lot in a way that it gets to a point where the juniors start being afraid of us. So I really dislike this, as I felt that seniors should always be helping juniors, and for that to happen, the juniors have to approach us whenever they want to. But because of this tradition that we had, they tend and they would just not approach. So, but as an ordinary member, I wasn't really able to make a huge change, even though I tried to approach many juniors as much as I could, but it just wasn't effective enough. And I felt like I was really suffering because I really, really wanted to make a change, but I really couldn't. Even when like I talked to my leader, passionate about this issue, they were trying to solve other issues that they felt were more important, which is fair. But then at that point, I just felt like perhaps I am actually someone who wants to make a change. And in order for me to do that easily, I actually really have to step up for a leadership position. So I started reflecting a lot about what happened in the past and what I am feeling at that moment. I really want to make a change, but if I am just going to be constantly that I am a terrible leader, I really just won't be able to do anything I want to do. So after graduating from secondary school, I decided that it was time for me to step up for a leadership position. So this was in 2019, which is actually quite recent. So I decided to step up for a leadership role. So when I joined my Taekwondo team in 2019, I decided that I would run to be a captain. That was honestly very ambitious of me because I had 4 years of not having any leadership experiences, whereas my competitors all had many, many leadership experiences back in secondary school. And most of them had prior experience to Taekwondo, but for me, Taekwondo was an extremely new sport. And it was just really ambitious of me to run for the captain role. So, as expected, I did not get but I did get the vice captain role, so that was not too bad, but I definitely was quite upset at the beginning, but I eventually got over it really quickly because I remembered how I really want to make a change in my society. So I decided to just make good use of my vice captain position to try to improve myself as a leader, develop my leadership skills, and make a change to my Taekwondo society. So throughout my 1 year of being the vice captain of my Taekwondo team, I learned a lot about myself. And that was great because I haven't really learned much about my leadership style since I was constantly avoiding taking on a leadership role. So these were 3 things that I learned about myself. They are honestly quite correlated. So firstly was that I had a lack of confidence, probably due to the fact that I kept doubting myself that I am not a good leader. Well, and second thing was that I was afraid of public speaking, and lastly, I was always feeling very judged. Well, so let me talk about a specific situation that happened to me while I was the vice captain of my Taekwondo team. So before every training sessions and after every training session, the captain would always give like a debrief on how the training session went or what we have to focus during this training session. So he realized that I was not really speaking up during these debrief sessions, even though it was supposed to be done by both of us, because I was really scared to speak and I can never make any impromptu speeches. Like, if I had a whole script prepared on what to speak about, I am definitely able to do that. But having to think on the spot and tell them their mistakes, I was just really unable to do that. But my captain told me that I had to learn to do this. I stepped up to be a leader. I need to get over all of my fears. So there were a couple of sessions where he just decided to not talk at all, and it was just me talking. That was really terrifying, but I was very grateful for him for giving me. The very first time I had to do this entire debrief session on my own, I was so afraid. Throughout that 2-3 minutes, even though it was so short, it felt like forever. I was just looking around because there were like 80 over members that I had to talk to. I just looked around. I was so afraid. And then whenever anyone was like whispering or anything or just talking amongst themselves, I started thinking, did I just say something wrong? Are they judging me for what I said? Am I not making any sense? So because of that, I started speaking really softly after a while. And then I realized no one could really hear me. So I had to speak up louder again. And like that just kept happening because whenever people started talking or just like looking less focused, I just started thinking that it was my problem. So I was constantly feeling judged and I was really scared to do all these debrief sessions. But eventually I managed to tell myself that my members voted for me to be the vice captain. They chose me out of everyone else who ran for it, and they do respect me as their vice captain. So I realized that whenever they were just talking amongst themselves, they were just discussing on the points that I talked about and not just talking about me. So it was never something bad about me. So I eventually managed to get over the thought about myself being a bad leader, not making any sense while talking to my members. And it seemed like everything was going perfectly well, right? I was improving, I was figuring out what my mistakes were, and I was becoming more confident. But that was not the case. I was getting more confident, and then this thing happened. So I received a text message from one of my members. So on the left-hand side, he was basically talking about a few people in the executive committee who hasn't earned his respect. And I was like he mentioned my name. I mean, not my name. He said you, because this was directed directly at me. And then he said like, you person C have not earned my respect, but now person A and B have, and person B he expects more. But me as the vice captain, he was just not respecting me for who I am. And then on the right hand side, he was saying that my attitude was terrible and I was in this very rigorous and intense school program. He understands that it's hard, but then other people who are in this program are working hard and I wasn't. So this was honestly a really huge blow to me because I thought that I was doing well and I thought I was putting in a lot of effort and I was gaining the respect of my members, but I was wrong. This specific member, who was actually one of my closer friends, started saying these things about me, and it was just really, it impacted me a lot because I really wasn't. So I did not know what to do proceeding from there because yeah, it was just a really tough time. I definitely cried about it when I received these messages because he was someone that I was close to. So hearing it from him just felt even worse. So I talked to my parents about it because, I mean, I was crying at home and then my parents found out what happened. So then they started talking to me about it. They were definitely furious because they know how much I've been through in the past. And the fact that I decided to step up now and they've seen me improve. But then yet there's this someone in my taekwondo team who decided to just pull me down again. So I definitely was devastated for like a week or so. I still continued to as a vice captain, but at the same time, the back of my mind just kept remembering about how I'm actually not as good as I thought I am. But that didn't stop me from continuing on leading, because I have been through that and I know that I want to be a leader and I want to make changes. So instead of just sitting back and deciding not to lead anymore, I decided to think about the mistakes I made that caused people to not respect me for who I am. Like, these are some of the common leadership mistakes that I've seen, and I've definitely done these mistakes. So firstly is lacking the confidence. Secondly is to avoid conflict. And the last thing that I'm very guilty of is being too friendly. So I always thought that I was the kind of leader who wanted to be friends with everyone in the team, and I always wanted to make a very close connection and be friendly with everyone. But I realized that this can be a very huge mistake, because if you're like too friendly with everyone, some members might take advantage of that and like step over you and do something else about it. So I feel like that was the main reason why whatever happened happened, but probably also because maybe I wasn't training as hard, and I definitely tried to train even harder after that. And second thing about avoiding conflict, I feel that this is really important, because as a leader, we should try to address possible and not just avoid them from happening. Because I feel that conflicts is what make the team even stronger. When we understand what each other is unhappy about, we'll then be able to address these issues and then grow together as a team. So for me, I felt like I was constantly avoiding having conflict and trying to make things all good and just always saying like, yay, everyone is okay. But the fact is that there were hidden conflicts I received from my friend. Like, that was already 4 or 5 months into my term. I'm pretty sure he already felt that. He already felt like he wasn't respecting the leaders in our team earlier on in our term. So I think it's really important to address whatever unhappiness there is in the team and never avoid conflict. And the very first mistake that I actually learned about myself and said earlier was that I was lacking confidence. I think it's perfectly fine to lack confidence, but I think we, as leaders, we should try not to show it out to our members, because if people know that we are lacking the confidence, they might do things like, as mentioned earlier, like they would step over us and just think like you're not a good leader and I shouldn't respect you for who you are. So even if you feel that you're lacking the confidence, very important to just show it on your face that you're really confident and you know exactly what you're doing, even though you might actually be like really nervous on the inside. Just never show that nervousness out. That's what I feel is the most important. Okay, so moving on to recovering from this huge blow and trying again. So when I entered university, I decided I had a goal in mind. I really wanted to take up any leadership positions that were available for me so that I can improve on my leadership skills. And hopefully, such things wouldn't happen again. I wouldn't be seen as a leader who is not respected by my members. So, when I first entered university, I chanced upon a departmental email from ISAC, and they put it in bold that it's good for you to develop your leadership skills. So I was like, yeah, for this. So I joined ISAC in November 2021. And it was honestly one of my best decisions. And I felt that it really helped me grow to where I am today. From someone who was so afraid to speak in front of 80 over members to someone who decided to sign herself up for a conference and speak to all of you. So I think ISAC was one of the main reasons that helped me grow and gain the confidence. So when I first joined ISAC, I immediately ran for the president role. So this was during my election day. There were 3 of us running for the president role. I was really scared because I just joined the society and I wasn't actually sure what was happening, but I just decided to push myself to my limits and just ran for the president role. And I was really glad that I was given the chance to be the president. So throughout my entire term, I was struggling quite a lot because firstly, I was very new to this entire organization. I did not know what I had to know. I was just lacking a lot of knowledge. But then I was able to grow my society from just 6 members when I first joined to right now we have 18 members. So that is honestly quite a huge improvement. These are just some pictures that I've taken with my society, and because we're a society that really wants to build our own culture, our own tradition, so I decided that we will all have similar hoodies, as you can see on the right. And yeah, we're all wearing this purple hoodie, and it kind of creates like an identity for us, because my vision for the society when I ran for president was that I wanted to create an inclusive family for everyone in the society. So I think I managed to do that. And then we also collaborated with a lot of other universities like UCL, KCL, and even universities outside of London. So these is just one of the fun socials that we had as a picnic with all the London universities. So I think that by being a leader, I was able to work with others, learn from other leaders, and see what I was lacking in, and then learn from others through that. So towards the end of my term, we had a conference and we were awarded the most improved society out of the entire ISEC UK, which has a total of like 12 universities having this society, and we were awarded the most improved. A very, very huge validation for me. Like, yes, I've definitely succeeded as a leader and managed to do what I wanted, and I managed to improve my society as I wanted. But not everything went as smoothly as what it seemed. I feel that through every leadership position I have taken, there were always many lessons I learned from it. There were many times that I cried about it. And some of the messages that I got throughout my term. So this first message was someone who went for a conference and decided afterwards that she wanted to quit the society. I was really upset about it because I thought that she would be a potential vice president or even a president, because she was so good at what she was doing and she was just so committed to the society. But then she just told me a few days later that she wanted to quit. Next message was that someone else also decided to quit ISEC because he wanted to focus on other things like his internship applications. And that was really upsetting to me because I felt like ISEC was, like, for me, I was able to always manage my time and do everything all at once. Like with ISEC, with my university work, with internship applications. So I was quite upset that this person did not, because he only he decided to tell me this. So I was really upset that I was not able to inform him earlier that he will be able to do all of these other things while still being in ISEC. So I was, I really regretted not telling him more about how supportive we can be and how he will be able to embark on other things while being in the society. So that's one regret that I definitely had. And this message is from in marketing, who I actually decided to dismiss from the committee because she was not doing things. She was not like fulfilling her responsibilities. And I would like to say that having to dismiss someone older than me when I was just, how old was I? When I was just 20 years old was honestly the most terrifying experience ever. Like, I kept thinking about it. Am I actually able to work with her? To dismiss this vice president? I don't know how to talk about it. But eventually I felt that that was the most that would be like the best decision. So I did give her like a 2-week probation period to tell her to make sure she does all her tasks, not be late for meetings, etc., etc. And she wasn't able to fulfill all of those, which is why I decided to dismiss her in the end. And was very terrifying, but I think it was a really good experience for me, learning to dismiss someone at the age of 20. Well, and the last one was another vice president who decided to quit from her position just a week before we started recruiting more members. And that was actually one of her main responsibilities. And she did not prepare anything beforehand. So when she told us she was quitting, I was panicking so badly and I had to start preparing everything for recruitment. So I feel that even though it seemed like my leadership experience in ISEC was very smooth sailing, I had a lot of ups and downs. But from all of these messages, from people quitting, from people just not doing their responsibilities, I definitely learned a lot about managing my time, managing my people, and how to ensure that I create a space where everyone feels safe and would stay. So this is just up with, and I felt like it was really important. So as a leader, we should be able to motivate and enable our followers who are like our members, but we also need to define objectives for them so that they feel that they belong and they know what exactly they're doing. And from that, we also have, as a leader, it's very important to evaluate our results. If not, sometimes our members would feel like what they're doing is just not important and they would just not feel in the society. So moving on to the last part, where I am now. So I have organized and hosted a lot of events recently, which I felt also improved my leadership skills. So I hosted and organized a Green Careers Fair, industry talks, and recently I also hosted an IWD event in Imperial itself. So through organizing these events, I definitely a couple of times just forgetting to book the location, which happened for the Green Careers Fair, which was a big mistake because we had like 20 over companies coming in and I was responsible for booking the room and I just forgot about it. But it was all settled in the end. So subsequently, when I hosted all my talks in my IWT event, I always remember to settle the location even before anything else. So that was a very big mistake that I did, but now I always remember to book the location for the events. So even though I had a tough time being a leader and coming to where I am now, I had some happy moments recently. So we just concluded, Imperial just concluded like our election season, and I actually ran for 4 positions because I'm still wanting to improve myself as a leader. And I'm glad to say that I managed to get elected for all 4 positions that I ran for. So I'm really happy to be embarking on my new leadership journey in the next academic year and trying to improve myself from that. So just to close up on my presentation, some of the practices that I feel that would help leaders grow is definitely firstly, building a unifying vision so that you know what you're working towards. Secondly is to develop a strategy because I feel that being clear-minded and knowing where you are going is really, really important. And lastly is to lead yourself and your team. Being a leader is not just about yourself. Yes, there are times when you just want to think about how you can get better, but being a leader also means you want to lead your team to grow. So I feel that these are 3 things that really reminds me on how to be a good leader, and hopefully they are good advice for you as well. And with that, I'm at the end of my presentation. Feel free to just ask any questions that you might have, or just connect with me on LinkedIn so that you can ask me any questions about my presentation, about anything, and I'll be really happy to connect with all of you. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Charmaine. It was a really, really moving presentation. There's a lot of comments in the chat on the stage, so I invite you to go there and read. Many people was really inspired, and we really appreciate that you took the time. So, private and critical things that happened to you. So that was really inspiring. So thank you very much. And all right, next we're going to have BC. So She is a data engineer and a researcher. She is constantly working and evolving in improving her skills. She told us that when she's not building machine learning pipelines or working on artificial intelligence projects, she's learning Unity and building XR skills. So let's welcome BC. I hope that I'm pronouncing your name correctly. And yeah, please feel free to join us and start sharing your presentation.
Hi, hi,
Hello,
hi,
welcome.
Patty. Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
Just a minute. Let me share my screen and
all right.
my presentation. Okay, so okay,
Brilliant. Thank you on the stage. Please.
great, great, great. Just to validate, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, great, great. Hi everybody, and my name is BC, and I actually commend Charmaine's talk on a leadership journey. And in the course of my discussion, I will touch on a few leadership things which I've also experienced. But my topic is doing software right, and we'll be looking at a couple of issues that we see in building software and how best to address them, in our various cycles, either as a student, as an individual contributor, or as an engineering manager. Um, During the course of this discussion, we will go through all that. So, a little bit about myself. My name is Lucy Josh Falade, and I'm situated in Lagos, Nigeria, and I'm joining this talk from Lagos, Nigeria. And I'm a tech professional, and in that sense, I have at different points in time sat in different positions within the software development life cycle. So I've had like first-hand experience or from major roles in software development, right from business analysis down to product management and technical support. More recently, I've delved into data engineering and also machine learning as a researcher. And just like Patty had mentioned, when I'm not doing any of that, I'm actually trying to improve my Unity skills because I find augmented reality and virtual reality interesting, and so that's really about me. And I have my LinkedIn URL there. Feel free to connect. Feel free to connect with me, and I'll be happy to connect as well. So I'm sure you're surprised about this picture. This is the picture of a guy who's frustrated. Clearly, is trying to vent his anger and his frustration at how his projects have failed over time. So is someone who was, you know, delved into some software projects, and for reasons, he's not able to identify at this point, is frustrated because he has committed resources, he has committed time, he has committed, even the best methodology has been used in software, however, he still has an issue because the projects fail. So this is not new. I know a couple of people must have experienced this at one point or the other, and it resonates with so many of us, including myself. And our discussion today would be looking into the best ways to actually address this failure. So, in terms of statistics, what we have, we see that about 70% of software projects actually fail. And so that means in every 10 projects, seven fail. And that's really worrisome, because if you've committed resources, you've committed time, and this project to fail due to various reasons, which might not people might not be aware of. It then calls for concern. There is something that needs to be looked into, that needs to be investigated, and needs to be addressed as quickly as possible, because it means a whole lot of cost is being sunk in software projects. Another statistic also shows that about 95% of projects that fail actually fail because not because of technology, not because of the methodology used, but 95% actually fail because of the people involved in the software development lifecycle. So we have various people involved in the software development process. We have the business analyst, you have the project managers, you have the user experience UI designers, you have the quality assurance team, you have the product team, you also have the engineering guys involved in all this. Now that statistic tells us, as that report from Forbes actually tell us, that 95% of these projects that failed because all the people involved in software development and in that cycle, had were contributors to the failure. So if they are contributors to the failure, what then needs to be done? Because 95% is huge. It's really huge. It needs to be addressed as quickly as possible if we all want the best out of our projects. We all want our projects to see the light of day. We all want successful projects. Then we need to quickly address what exactly makes up this 95% and what can be done to address this 95%. And so that's the crux of my discussion today. So the how is what I'll be talking about. How to get these people-based issues out of the way, and once they are out of the way, there is a high probability and a high chance that the projects, software projects that we work on as individuals and even as corporate organizations, they they turn out successful and they give us the kind of outcomes that we desire. We record the successes that we desire in them. So we'll be looking at how, and a few things that I would just want to discuss regarding the how is the first thing is collaborative environment. So the environment where we have our teams, working actually has a huge, a huge, it has a huge effect on what they do and how they do what they do. So the first thing that needs to be looked into is the environment in which we have our software delivery team. What kind of environment do they have? Where are they? What are they doing? Are they is the environment, is it an environment that encourages collaboration, or is it an environment that leaves people the other against each other, being defensive against one another? So that environment needs to be looked into. We need to delve into, the culture that we have in our various within our software development team. What kind of environment do they have? And a few points which I'm going to talk about here, the elements, things that could make up for a collaborative environment. I have been in this scenario before. I was I was leading a team of software quality assurance testers, so software testers, quality assurance team, and fell into constant issues with the engineering team. When I mean the engineering team, the software developers, there were a number of issues. We had bug errors. We have bugs and errors, failures that were left, were left unattended to. We had even bug reports that were, declined, and a lot of there were issues around that. But eventually, when we kind of identified this, what we did was to again, like I'd mentioned, look into the environment. What kind of environment do we have in here? And at that point, when we looked at the environment and then modified a couple of things together to ensure that there was interaction and effective communication within the team, we actually had a huge success in there. So one of the things is having effective communication channels. When I say communication channels, have your team members, have the development team. Every member involved in the development life cycle needs to be involved, and they need to have effective communication channels. They need interact. Interaction is very key for them. They need to work together. They need to work hand in hand. They need to discuss and exchange ideas. There need to be that exchange of ideas. There need to be that team building and team bonding activities. These are some of the things that foster interaction within the software development, within teams within the software development lifecycle. And these are things that eventually improve the 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 whereabouts and the conditions around our software development. So we need to have, team bonding, team building activities, being able to share ideas, share knowledge, have a collaborative and interactive environment where people are, they're able to relate one to another, and that we're able to celebrate wins when milestones are achieved, being able to celebrate people, whether individual contributor or managers, being able to celebrate everyone involved within the software development lifecycle. All this, ultimately leads to a good environment, an interactive one, where everyone begin to work hand in hand. They need to work and they begin to work together to ensure that we have successes, and we record desired outcomes. um, um, one of the stories which also corroborates this is Steve Jobs, when in year 2000, when he acquired Pixar, and he initially wanted to separate the teams, have separate buildings, his team in one building, and then Pixar team in another building. And so instead of, on a second thought, he then decided to put the teams together in an open space. He eventually looked out for an abandoned factory space, put all the team members together in that space, and what he did was he created avenues for interaction. He created contact centers within that open space. So it created cafeteria, it created coffee bars, coffee shops, and places where people could actually go, and they were able to interact. And he found out that as they interacted, there was that team bonding. They were able to bond, and there was that teamwork and team spirit that built up within each of the team members. And that helped in that helped in adopting the new team, and they were able to work together to achieve the great success that we know Steve Jobs has today. So all this are things that, they are pointers to the fact that a collaborative, interactive environment is key for all team members in the software development lifecycle. Moreover, I also have from the Project Management Institute, who had mentioned that in one of their reports that 56% of projects actually fail because of communication breakdown. So if we have this communication, improved over time, it then means that we would have our projects better, we would have more successful projects, we would have more results, positive results, as we desire. So really, an interactive, collaborative environment is actually a key element, is a key factor that needs to be in place for us to have more of our software projects successful. The second thing is a quality culture. So this is a quick question I would like to pose to everybody. On your screen, there are four quadrants, and each quadrant it implies, or rather describes, a quality culture. So we have QA performs all testing activities, some development, some developers test, but it mostly falls on quality assurance. And then it's a shared responsibility across the team and all. Now, if you look critically at this, I'm sure you'll be able to identify or relate or resonate with one of them, depending on your organization, where you work, or what you do in the industry. You'll be able to identify one of the culture that is at play in your organization. But a culture of quality is actually a joint responsibility. It's what should cut across every team member, right from the first person involved in software development in the cycle down to the last person involved. Everyone needs to be involved. It's a joint responsibility. It's not solely a quality assurance role or quality assurance responsibility. It's something that should be top of mind for everyone involved in software development. Now, a good quality culture means that testing activities are prioritized. When I say prioritized, they are they are top mind for workers, for the team members, for management. Testing activities takes priority over other things. Especially, it takes priority over time to market. I've been in scenarios where an organization decided to, prioritize time to market, and then, over quality. And we know what that means. It means that a lot of software and the applications and products that were pushed out were below quality. They had failures, they had errors, there were bugs, and that then, of course, has a ripple effect to leading to customer dissatisfaction, leading to uh, dissatisfaction, loss of revenue, and it was totally a negative impact. Over and over, they had that issue till it was brought to till the management actually looked into it and did a number of changes and reprioritized quality over time to market. You know, till that was done, it there was a whole lot of issues, reputational damages, and so many things that happened in that case. So we need to have a quality culture in place. When we have that in place, where you know testing activities are prioritized, where you have we celebrate bugs today. A number of developers actually find it difficult to accept, bugs when bugs are found. I see a lot of developers get defensive when they see bug reports. It really it shouldn't be. actually an indication, that you can be a better developer and we can give our customer a better user experience, if only these things are resolved. So we need a culture. We're able to celebrate bugs. We're able to, we don't see bugs as something negative. We don't see it as being derogatory, where we are able to even host bug hunting sessions. If we can have not bug hunting sessions within our team members, it's because that on its own, kind of it means that we're prioritizing quality, and it gets everybody involved. Where everyone is on the lookout for bugs, and anyone who gets the highest number of bugs gets celebrated or gets some form of reward. Bug hunting contests and a whole lot of that. All this, culminates into a quality culture, which would, give us an edge in having our software products, our software applications, and everything related to software development. It gives it a better outcome. So the third thing is, alignment with management. So in in software development, usually software development is to address certain business objectives, business goals, whatever software that we're working on at any level is to address certain goals, is to address certain objectives. We need to ensure that as a software development team, or as managers of software development team at whatever level, we are able to align quickly with management. We need to understand what the business goals are. What are the goals? What's the management looking at achieving on a quarterly basis, on a quarterly basis, on a monthly basis, on an annual basis? What are the goals? What are the objectives? What needs to be? What are the pain points that our management needs addressed? Those things need to be understood, clearly communicated, and it would also then dovetail into selecting the technology that will be used, into selecting even the methodology that will be used for our software development. Once we have these things aligned, our technology, the technology stack, the methodology used, and with the management strategy or business strategy, once all this are in alignment, there's a very high chance that we'll have more of a software product and software services being successful, being able to address the initial need, being able to to give the desired outcomes that management desires. In addition to that, we also need management to actually set quality related OKRs. That's objective and key results. We need more quality related. Now, when I say quality related, it has to be from the top down. It needs to trickle down from the top management down to every member in the team. I'd mentioned having a quality culture earlier. One of the ways that a quality culture can actually be established is by having this quality related OKRs. So across board, across every team member, across everyone in the software development cycle, across each member of the team, some form of quality related OKRs must be handed down, and they would, once this is done from management to each individual, they see it as top of mind for management, and they will do all that is needed. They would see it as a joint responsibility, and they would, all hands will be on deck to ensure that quality is actually achieved for our software development processes and our software development products. The last thing I want to say on the alignment is we need to keep the management informed. from time to time of status of our software projects and software um, activities. They are not they are not fully involved, but they need to be informed over time. It could be weekly reports, it could be monthly reports. There has to be that regular interaction and communication with management. So management is kind of aware of what's going on, and if they need to if there need to be some if there need to be some aggressive work or some aggressive initiatives taken, then they would be able to kick that kick that off and implement as soon as possible. So really, we have so many methodologies. We have the Kanban, we have Scrum, we have Agile, we have Waterfall, we have feature driven, we have test driven, Spiral. We have so many methodologies. But like I'd mentioned earlier, we still see a number of software projects failing. And like I'd mentioned earlier, they fail not because of technology, they fail not because of even the methodology used, but they've been failing, and they fail because of the people involved. They fail because of the people involved in that cycle. So if we're able to address the issues around the problem around the people involved in that cycle, we would have more of our software projects succeeding. We'll have more of our software projects given the desired outcomes, and eventually we would have you know a larger percentage of a larger percentage of successes in our software development activities. So that is what I would that brings me to the end of my talk on doing software right. It's what I would like us to all look into. And please feel free to connect with me. I had shared my LinkedIn. I shared my LinkedIn link earlier, my LinkedIn profile URL. Please feel free to connect with me. I'll be happy to connect with you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, BC. It was a very interesting talk and very a lot of points which I really relate to. So yeah, feel free to have a look at what all of our attendees are commenting on the chat about your talk, and thank you so much for
Mhm.
joining us. We
Thank
are
you so
very
much for
happy
having me.
to have you. All right,
Thank you.
and for our next talk, we need a couple of minutes to set up everything, so we will be back for our next session with Sirisha, and yeah, in a couple of minutes. Okay, so next up we have Shirisha. She is on a journey to make a technical career for herself. She came to Scotland to pursue a PhD in artificial intelligence, and her vision is to motivate more women in the tech industry to embrace artificial intelligence. She's going to be talking to us about breaking barriers, women in AI and robotics. So please, Sirita, if you can share your screen. I think she's having some issues trying to share her presentation. So please give us a wee second while she sets everything up. Well, we're having some issues with some technical issues, so we're gonna go ahead with Ila Fish. She recorded her talk, and she is a senior DevOps engineer at Wix.com. She has 15 years of experience in the tech industry. She's a public speaker, and she talks about a lot about DevOps. And today she will share with us this really amazing presentation on technical documentation and how can we write them better and why should we care. So let's start.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining my session. And this talk will be about technical documentation. How can I write them better and why should I care? And when I say I of course mean also you. So first of all, hi, my name is Hila Fish. I'm a senior DevOps engineer in the work. 15 years of experience in the tech industry. Recently, I have joined the AWS Community Builders Program, which allows me to connect with like-minded people and learn in depth on AWS services, which is awesome. I help co-organize conferences related to DevOps where I live in Israel, DevOps Days Tel Aviv and StatCraft Monitoring Conference. I'm a mentor in courses and communities. I'm a co-manager in a community for open source in Facebook, and we have physical meetups. And I also lead some programs for a very large community in Israel called Ba'ot, which is the largest technical women in tech community, because I really like to help people. I believe that DevOps culture fan is what drives companies to achieve great things. And I'm a lead singer in a cover band, as you can see in this picture, which is a lot of fun. Okay, so I believe that anyone can and should write technical documents, because in the middle of the night, when I have a production incident, I really don't care if I came across a run book with a lousy English or fabulous English. As long as I have a run book that helps me solve the issue, I'm good, I'm satisfied, I'm content. So it's all about the knowledge. If you provide knowledge with whatever you do because you maintain the system or you implemented something that only you know and you need or want your team members to know as well, because they need to support it for production incident, they need to support it in the day-to-day. So whatever knowledge that you have, please share it through technical documentation. It will help us in production incidents, it will help us in the day-to-day. So it's always awesome. So as long as what you write is useful and concise and clear, we can all benefit from it. I always say, if you can automate it, document it. And a lot of things can be considered as a technical documentation. So system logical design, of course, but also on-call handbooks, like I explained, code readmes, right? Because we need to explain certain functionalities if it's not that clear, and also intentions and why this function behaves in a certain way and stuff like that. Onboarding docs, why put someone with you when you start your new job if you can have an onboarding documentation that can help you achieve whatever you need to learn, like about systems, about who to go to speak to, right? So onboarding doc can definitely be a technical documentation that can help you learn whatever you need to do and learn whatever you need to know on the go. Project planning doc, of course, because the projects that we have are technical, and if we have a planning doc, it's a technical documentation. And also Slack pinned messages. As long as you provide information that is useful, even Slack pinned messages are considered to be technical documentation because they help you convey some knowledge. And the thing about that is that you can say, I don't know that much, or I don't have the time to invest in all of these. That's quite okay. As long as you deliver knowledge, it could be in any platform or any constellation that you decide. As long as you provide the knowledge, it will be much better than before. So this sentence, I know I can't see you folks because I'm on screen and you guys are too, or folks, sorry. So how I assume that a lot of people here said this sentence or heard this sentence throughout their career, that the code is self-documented. And people say, just read the code and understand what it's about. The code tells a story, yada, 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 right? Not. It's not the case. The code is not self-documented. A lot of the things and a lot of decisions that developers do are not that straightforward, and we need the documentation to understand why they did things in a certain way, how the functionality really works, what is expected, and stuff like that, and intentions and reasoning, and a lot of things. So I believe that the code, and I hope that you also believe that a lot of the code that we see is not self-documented, and that's why we need documentation to help us understand anything that accompanies the code. So let's also dive into it and understand why even write technical documentation. So first of all, to reduce your work volume. And you can say, wait, reduce? If I sit down and write documentation, then not reducing my work volume, it's increasing it because I'm spending time on writing documentation, right? So actually, no, think about it this way. Or even I'll tell you a story to emphasize. So in one of my previous companies, as a DevOps engineer, I maintain the dev and the production environments. And a lot of the times, QA and dev personnel approached me and said, hey, my pod in the Kubernetes cluster X is red. How can I troubleshoot it? Or I have this issue. What do I do with it? And stuff like that. And I had like 7 or 8 times a day people approaching me. So I gathered all the approaches that were repetitive, right? The people that basically ask the same things. And I created a documentation that I called it like a tips and tricks by DevOps. And I covered everything that they asked. And then I had a meeting with them. Anyone that went to Zoom, I showed them the documentation. I went through all of the bits there. And after I sent them the documentation, really, it was they were able to use it without me. And from 7 or 8 times a day that I was approached, it was decreased to 1 or 2 times a day. So that's what I mean by reducing your work volume, because yeah, you sit down and you invest this 1 hour or 2 hours to write this documentation, but in the long run, it will reduce your work volume because people, in my example that I gave, people now have a procedure to follow instead of bugging you, right? So this is a very good thing to do. And also, it helps communicate things to your managers because it shows the extent of your work. And if you're a team player, and really a team player, not just something that you write in a CV. Self-service enablement to increase their velocity. So another example that I can give for the documentation that I wrote is I had a very big project to migrate from Bitbucket to GitLab, all of our R&D code base. And since I knew that most of the R&D folks didn't know GitLab, so I created a document to understand, to elaborate important things when you just start out with GitLab, also how to change the local repository from the remote origin of Bitbucket to GitLab's. And why did I do that? Yeah, you can search for it online, right? But this created a sense of ownership in their eyes. They knew that if there's any issue, they can come to me, but it also allowed them self-service enablement because they could just use this document and just run and start using GitLab on their own. So that was awesome because it helped them to even adopt the tool faster, which is what we all want. And another more examples for self-service enablement is the onboarding docs that I mentioned before, and also for the velocity, any doc with troubleshooting, either the one that I explained before or any other document that will help you troubleshoot will eventually make you be self-service. And even if you create Slack bots that answer like a Q&A, this would be awesome because people ask, they get the response, and then they can continue with their professional life. So yeah, that's that. Eliminate production incidents quicker, as I explained. If we have an on-call runbooks, it will help us when we have an issue. It will decrease a mean time to resolution, and it will help the company to meet their SLAs, right? Because if I know exactly what to do, since I have a runbook, then the issue will get fixed sooner, and then the SLA will get met. Another very, very good reason to write documentation is to avoid single point of failure or bottleneck, which is you. Because, hey, you tell me, do you want to go on vacation and still be available for work calls, or do you want to go on vacation with a clear head, right? This is exactly that. And also, I will just say it here, job security is dead, okay? Don't try to hold on to information because you think this way your job will be secured. No more, share the knowledge, you'll be much more appreciated and you'll still be valuable, I can assure you. The next reason is to help make things clear for you or the future you, right? Because once you structure things and write them down in a clear manner, it will organize it in your mind as well. And visibility. This way, if you write the documentation, it will attract focus to the things that you do at work, which in turn will help you progress your career. Because if they know that you do stuff, then the visibility will help you achieve whatever you want in your career. And last but not least, this helps us understand why are we doing things in a certain way. For example, the GitLab documentation that I wrote after the migration that I did, I wrote documentation for my team members, right? To be able to manage GitLab as well. Even though I did it alone, I wanted to be able to manage it. So I covered everything, like the integration itself and certificates, and why did I set certificates here. Also for Terraform, right? You can document why the model is complex and why did you choose to do X instead of following clean code practices like do not repeat yourself and keep it simple. So a lot of things can be documented in order to understand why we're doing things in a certain way. And also it will help us defend the decisions that we are taking and to communicate them to others. And another thing is that it will help you develop your business mindset and will make you a better engineer. Why? Because always asking the why will result in you striving for the best solution and implementation possible. Okay, so we covered the why, right? And now let's cover the how. And I really want to show you that you don't have to be a technical writer in order to write technical documentation. It's really not needed. You can write in any level of English that you want. And there are basically certain rules when you write technical documentation. And this is what I exactly want to show you here, how to write technical documentations without being a technical writer. So let's start. First of all, you need to know your audience, because based on your audience, you will know what needs to be covered and to which extent. So let's first understand if the document that you write is for internal use, like system design, etc., or external use, like API documentation for users, etc. So when we think about the internal use, what do you write about? So things you worked on while working on them, because we remember things better when they are fresh in our minds. Things that bugged you, so other people won't run into them as well. For example, the GitLab migration that I did, at the end of the documentation, I even added a section of how to open a support ticket to GitLab in a way that will prevent the ping pong between you and them, because you need to open a ticket. And if you don't provide the logs upfront, even though you can definitely do it, they have like a tool that helps you collect the logs. If you didn't, you can open a ticket, wait 2-3 days if it's not that urgent, and then please provide us logs. So I show them exactly what needs to be run with that tool in order to open the ticket already with logs provided, and that way the ping pong will get averted, and that is awesome because it will save us time. So yeah, anything that bugged you or you can avoid the people from running into them as well can be very good to document as well. Things that aren't clear or straightforward, because I will give another example from GitLab because it's a very good one that covers a lot of things here. So when I did the migration, I used a certain GitLab DB version, which is not the default in the Helm chart. So why did I use this different GitLab DB version? If I don't specify it, if I don't document it, they can't know. And then maybe they'll say, that's strange. And then they will change it to the default, even though I had a very good reason to use the non-default version. So that is one example. Another example is, if the code isn't clear, then explain the flow with describing actual functions. It will be very, very helpful for whoever needs to dive into that code. For external use, which is users or consumers, you should document what the code or whatever you're writing about, what is it about, possible use cases, and quick start. You should also write about quirks or issues or things to consider when using this X, and also examples, both simple and complex, to help your user use it to the best ability. The next phase of the writing documentation is to decide or abide upon a documentation type. So some companies still have docs in KB knowledge base, right, like Confluence or something like that. And some companies progress to docs as code, which is to interact with docs in your IDE. And basically, docs are fully integrated into the dev toolchain. Developers don't need to leave the IDE in order to write documentation, which is pretty awesome. So when I say decide or abide upon, sometimes you are the decision maker and you can choose to move to docs as code, and sometimes you are not able to decide, or and you need to just go with docs in the knowledge base. But sometimes you can try to convince and say, hey, I saw this presentation and they showed us the Dox's code, which looks pretty awesome. So maybe we should move to that. And I will indeed cover why Dox's code is very, very good. So either you decide to go with any of these, whatever suits you best, or just abide upon whatever documentation type is currently existing, or try to convince to move from one to another. So before we dive to Docs code, I want to give you a general content guidelines that will help you when you write a document. So first of all, you need to have table of contents. It is essential for content discovery. And why is that? Because of the user flow. I've found a document from 1997, okay, a long time ago, that shows that people don't read, they scan. And this is why I want to show you this user flow. So people, first of all, search for something. So that's why you need to have meaningful titles and subheadings to help the user search and find more exact results. And then whatever they found, they scan the document to check if it is useful for them or not. If so, awesome, they will get the results that they needed. If not, they will navigate to another document. So also put in your document any links that could help the user achieving whatever they want to do. Maybe it's not covered in your document, but it is covered in another one that you can link. So put the links. And you can think about it like microservices concept, right? So each document stands as a standalone document, but they can communicate between each other like microservices. So just if you write something and that documentation has a certain theme, and there is a further information or something that is a bit niche, then just put a link, and that's basically it. Another important guideline is highlights. So put things in bold if they are important, and also in regards to bold, why? Because again, people they don't read, they scan, and since they skim through the document and not really reading them to the fullest, we need to help them do that. And how? By putting things in bold and showing them what we think is important. And in regards to colors, this is a bit controversial because some people have accessibility issues, colorblindness and stuff like that. But specifically in my experience, I did came to understand that if I use colors, people react to it better, and they didn't notice the bold, but when I put something in red, oh, okay. So just bear that in mind, and if the people around you in the company doesn't have accessibility issue, then you can use colors, and it will be good. In regards to words and sentences, so you should always aim to have short words and more sentences rather than longer words and fewer sentences, because again, this will help people skim through the document when there are short words, when you need to not even read, but scan it fast. So this is the way to go. And simple English, use simple English. Please don't try to be Shakespeare. Write simple American English that non-English speakers can easily understand. This is very, very important. So let's move to Docs code. Basically, Docs code is, or let's say all the guidelines that I just showed before applies to both Docs in a knowledge base and in Docs code, but this is like an extension that is relevant only to Docs code. So Docs code, it is using Markdown, and Markdown is pretty much a platform agnostic language. You can use it wherever and wherever you want. It is easy to write in diff, plain text, so it is human readable, and you can incorporate anything, the table of contents that I showed you before, highlights, and even colors. So that's pretty awesome. When in Docs code, the docs folder is in the same code repo, so the docs are integrated in the dev toolchain, and you don't need to leave the IDE in order to write documentation, which is awesome for our developers. You can do PR review to make sure that the document is in a high quality and even that the document exists, because if people didn't add documentation, you can fill the PR and say, hey, documentation is missing, please add it, and then the PR can be merged. And also CI/CD. There are abilities to do, once the docs are as code, you can do validations, make sure there are no broken links, put even linters, and you can even use this tool called Docusaurus, which is a tool that allows you to push code to a front end to see the docs in a UI portal. So let's say you have a lot of documentation. This way it will help you see it in a very visible and visual way. And it also lets you, this tool also lets you do docs versioning and stuff like that. So, and also this is a quote from Google. They say that docs thrive when they are treated like tests. A necessary chore one learns to savor because it rewards over time. And that's basically it. If you invest in tests and validations and stuff like that, it will be rewarded over time because you'll see the docs will be in a high quality state. They will always be updated, which is a very a great pain for us to have, because it's very hard to maintain documents versioning and updates if we don't have this mindset, right? So this tool can help, and this process can really help us make sure that documentation is updated and that we have tests to make sure that the documentation is in high quality state, etc. So back to route, the next phase in writing a technical documentation is to remember your audience. So first we said, know your audience. Now you need to remember them when you write the document. You need to have the user flow in mind in and between sections, and to make sure that the document order that you write is written in a way that is from the most used to the rarely used. So let's say, again, the GitLab example, I started out with how to upgrade because this will be basically the thing that they will do the most. Especially with GitLab, they release versions very, very quickly. And then certificates, integrations, which is like a one-time thing, and then the support and stuff like that. So I really try to order it in a way that will be very, from the most used to the rarely used. Concept versus tasks. So since you need to remember your audience, you need to think about what your audience wants. So if the audience wants to know something, AKA concepts, include in the documentation information, background, explanations, reasoning, and intentions. But if the audience wants to do something like tasks, then the document needs to be a how-to document. And don't confuse the two or don't mix the two, because this is not what the audience wants. Sometimes I just want to do something and I don't care about the information or the background behind it, and I just need to do something. So you can do the how-to and just put a link. Read more about the system, click here. And then I will definitely click if it will be relevant. And also vice versa. If I want to know something, I will read it. And then in the link below, if you want to know how to do X or Y, then have the links and then connect them to that part. So don't confuse the two, because then it will be very hard for the audience to find whatever they need and just keep it to what they want to know. The last section of like writing a technical documentation is to share it with others, because we want to make sure that what we wrote is really helpful. Sometimes things are very straightforward to us, but then when we give it to others to read and say, no, it's not that clear, I'm not sure what you meant here when you wrote that. Or also they will say, but wait, what about X and Z? And then they will remind you that you, again, thought as straightforward, but for them it's not straightforward. So they will ask you to edit, and then the document will be much more rich, and thorough, and more concise and clear. So feedback is very, very important in that regards. Before I move to the next slide, please don't try to read it. It's just take a picture slide. Okay, so this is, I explained that basically this presentation is if you want to write technical documentation without being a technical writer. But if you do want to perfect your English, if you do want to make your document the documents in a bit higher quality state, English-wise, then I did consult with a colleague of mine, which is a technical writer, Joshua Schulgasser, and he provided me with these writing tips. So just take a screenshot of these tips, and it will help you create documents in high quality English-wise. Okay. So that's basically it. And if you say that, hey, I'm not a technical writer and I don't remember what you said here because you covered a lot of things, at least take this golden rule, which is to provide readers with the information they need and send them back to their task as soon as possible. Documentation should be clear, simple, and to the point, because what you write is very useful and helpful as long as it is concise and clear. If it's concise and clear and to the point, and people will get what they need out of it, it will be very helpful, very much needed. So please do it. And one note for managers is that if you want to make sure documentation is present and people are really writing documentation, make it an integral part of a task, aka the task definition of done is once documentation was added. And that way you know exactly that the task is not done until the person dealing with the task added the documentation, and then you make sure it is part of the day-to-day that we have. So I hope that after this presentation, you can no longer say that your code is self-documented. You can say that the code is well documented. Thank you so much. If you have any questions about technical documentation or any other DevOps or SRE topics, you're more than welcome to reach out, and I'll be more than happy to help you. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, that was a brilliant presentation by Ila. And right now we're going to have a break, a lunch break of half an hour. So we're going to be back at 1 p.m. London time, or better Glasgow time. And yeah, see you in a while. And thank you for being here with us.
తీసేనా ఇలా కూర్చున్నాను అందుకే ఇలా తిరిగి బట్ అయినా కనిపిస్తున్నట్టున్నాయి కనిపించట్లేదు ఇప్పుడు ఓకే
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're about to continue with our next session. So I'm going to stop sharing. And yeah, we have Sirisha. Again, she's going to talk to us about breaking barriers and women in AI and robotics. She's a student at PhD in artificial intelligence here in Glasgow. And yeah, welcome, and the stage is yours.
Hi, a warm welcome to everyone. Hope everyone is able to hear me.
Yes.
Yes.
You just need to share your slides.
Yes, just give me 1 second. I'll be
All right.
doing that. Um, yes.
Okay, we can see them now.
Yep, thank you. So here I'm taking a moment to tell about artificial intelligence and robotics and especially why we need women in these fields. So considering artificial intelligence, everybody says it is future, and we are moving to a very exciting part of future now, and that is generative pre-trained processors being part of our lives now. Can I say GPT, ChatGPT, and ChatGPT 4s being introduced to our lives? Until last week, it is a different AI which is driving us, which is an autopilot in our lives. Like we are making decisions using data driven decisions. Here I'll give you two simple examples where we are using voice assistants like Siri, Alexa, and then making uh, making decisions using data driven insights like Netflix recommendations or Amazon product recommendations. But past 1 week has been terribly rapidly, a different scenario of AI being introduced into our lives, which are going to co-pilot us. They are going to be part of our lives in daily lives every day, be it be workforce, be it be uh, living scenarios. These are going to emerge, evolve, and take us on a different AI journey. So, being moving ahead with all those, why not consider getting hands on with this? So, I hope you all able to see my learning paths. So, if we segregate artificial intelligence in three segments to make it simple, understandable for us, the first one comes data. Data is everyone's life now. We are making decisions knowingly, unknowingly, using data predictions like weather. We see, is it raining or not? Is it hot or not? If we are going to a new destinations, we are finding maps to use to reach the places. So, data being part of our lives, how are we moving ahead, being inclusive of that part and exploring new scenarios? So, the first part of AI will be data. And then we integrating it with design, how we are using this. We can say simple mobile apps or how can I simply put it? Voice assistants. They are designed for us to help us to answer us. And the third part will be machine learning. Now, coming to machine learning, we have talked about data and design. How are we getting this data, or how are we refining this data to improvise our lives more and more, is using these training models, which we continuously train them to give us better results, better insights, better analytics. So I basically giving you an idea in three segments: data, design, modeling. So what are the paths? Paths to enter artificial intelligence as a career. Choose any one of these three, find your niche, find your interest, connect to it, and explore more in this. It necessarily doesn't need to be a technical role. You necessarily doesn't need to be a techie or hands-on coding specialist. You can explore different segments in artificial intelligence. Moving to roles. When we are exploring our paths, we should connect it to the roles appropriately. So it makes us easy to find a landing, or to find your perspective purpose. Roles in AI vary from being AI engineer, machine learning engineer, data scientist, technical roles, and the other segment comes to non-technical roles, where I'm taking few examples of responsible AI. We all are hearing about AI implementing in our lives. Who's driving this AI? Who's making this AI accessible to us? What are the ethics they are addressing? This segment comes under responsible AI part. So when we are answering, or when we are looking for these questions, there comes responsible AI, ethical AI, and trustworthy AI segments. And you have various number of roles in this, like you can be a researcher, you can be a lecturer exploring these areas, and you can be a outreach programmer to address these issues, and you can advocate about these to the communities. Another interesting part in this is user interface and user design. Not only it addresses the common users, it also addresses the customers of different industries. So when we consider roles in AI, I am again segmenting them into three segments. One is technical part, where you learn about data, machine learning, and deep learning networks. The second one being coming to responsible AI, tech for good, and advocating. The third one being addressing the design segment, you can say UI, UX, user interface, creating more accessible products. Then why more women in AI and robotics? There are many examples in design world, or in generic world. One first example, we can say, when they created computer vision systems, the ones we are using to scan our faces on our phones can be a simple example for this. And when this was initially introduced by Google, chains like Google and other Microsoft, they cannot detect the darker skinned people. We cannot imagine this, right? Not being detected by our phones, or not being detected by our own devices. Just because it cannot recognize doesn't mean we do not exist. So to eliminate these type of glitches, we have to include more diversified crew into our experiments, should I say, so that we can have a very addressable community. The second and very important aspect in future which we are going to look at is self-driving cars. We all know, I mean, many experiments, we all hear this about everyday news, self-driving cars here, there. If they fail to recognize any human race, we just can't imagine the serious implications that we have to face. So a diversified staff or people into is the requirement, and it is the requirement of now. So diversity is not a choice, it is the need to address various biases knowingly, unknowingly. The next important aspect I would like to share here is we need to bring in more and more strategies to include women, returnees, and then fresh graduates. We bring a lot of new perspectives to our AI community. It is been researched and always encouraged. So, how do we reach out? We have many communities that are supporting, like Women Tech Makers Scotland, Tech Hub from Microsoft, Women in AI UK. These people are trying to build trustworthy, inclusive AI for everyone. So, when we reach out, network, we bring more perspectives of inclusivity. We had a chance of designing principles where, for Scottish government, Scottish AI Alliance, when a community of people come together, they bring in their fears, they bring in their doubts, they bring in their fresh perspectives. And one such perspective we addressed is AI going to take the human jobs away? Are we going to be jobless? Going through the design principle, going through that strategy, few common citizens realized no, AI is not going to do any harm to human race, but in fact it is going to reduce the mundane jobs, like you can say customer service. We can design automated replies so we can, we don't have to answer the same questions in the same way. Instead, a chatbot can help us in doing that, and we can monitor that, and we can make advancements if required to that. These days, many banks are implementing these chatbot services, and we all been using that. So we can put our energy in much more conserved, in a much more better way for the betterment of humanity. And the second part coming to robotics. Many fear robotics. They say, are they going to eradicate us? Are they going to control us? And there is a segment of us who believe they are here for the betterment of human race and who are working towards every day to that. Here I'm taking two scenarios explaining how we can see a purpose through robots. One such is this pet robot you see here, which can provide us companionship to the lonely ones, or you can say who are not really able to take care of a real pet but wanted to have longer to have a pet for themselves. So it reduces the physical effort of having a pet, but it satisfies that human urge to have a pet and definitely addresses a specific need of a specific segment. And as you see here, this we all are aware, Sophia the humanoid. While making the advancements in technology, humans are focusing on evolving them, improving them. And if I say AI needs humans, this is true. One such case is there's a humanoid recently developed to assist UK health professionals, and it was asked a question what a human should do if a snake bites him. So just take a moment and everybody try to answer this. What a human should do if a snake bites him. Anybody wants to answer? The the health robot said, bite back the snake. So this is a shocking surprise, right, to everyone. But AI needs more humans. This answers that because we need to provide right data to get the model trained. We need to provide accurate information. We need to more evolve our data to suit the present requirements. That will give us more defined, structured systems in return. So, as humans, as we are evolving with AI also has to evolve with us. It is a shared responsibility on humanity. So, in this shared responsibility, being equal partners in the human race, we women need to encourage more women and bring in more women to represent so that we can build a shared, equal, responsible AI community. This brings me to the end. I would like to answer any questions.
Thank you. There you can go to the chat in the stage and see the comments that people have left there. And yeah, if anyone has any question, please write it on the chat and let us know what you think about this session. Thank you so much. Our next session will be in 12 minutes. So in the meantime, please feel free to share your comments on the chat, and we will be back at 1:30. Sadly, Faye is not able to come join us, I will be I will be talking about TensorFlow JS, and we will do an introductory workshop that you can follow, and let's play a little bit with machine learning on the web. So yeah, we will be back in 10 minutes. And thank you so much. Your presentation was really nice.
Thank you.
Okay, see you in 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everyone. So for our next session, I'm going to be replacing Faye, who couldn't join us, but I'm very happy to have this opportunity to talk to you about TensorFlow JS, and we're going to do a workshop about using a smart webcam in the browser. Usually this workshop is 1 hour long, so I'm going to skip some parts, but I will share some links where you can visit later and see all the steps of the workshop and try by yourself. Because of time, I'm just going to give you a very, very, very fast overview of who I am. My name is Patty O'Callaghan. I'm a Venezuelan, but I live in Scotland. My background education is computer science in the field of artificial intelligence. I have around 20, 20 plus years of experience working in the tech industry, and I am the tech lead of the web team in the customer experience engineering team at Charles River Laboratories. I'm also an ambassador for the Women Tech Makers program. I am one of the organizers of the Google Developer Group Glasgow, and I am also a volunteer teacher at Code Club, which is an initiative from the Raspberry Pi Foundation. And what I do is that I run a code club for kids between 10 and 16 years old in my local school. If you want to follow me or connect with me, just scan that QR code, and you can reach out to me over there, LinkedIn, Twitter, if you have any questions about the workshop or anything else. All right. So what I want you to do is to go to this URL. Hopefully, maybe one of the girls in the team can share the URL on the chat. But in this URL, you will see all related, like all of the steps for the workshop and a lot of additional information around TensorFlow JS and the pre-made models. So basically, when you go there, you can see, I'm gonna leave this a little bit so the girls can please share. Let me write it here so the girls can share this on the chat. Sorry that I didn't have this ready before, but as I told you, I'm replacing Faye here. All right. So basically, when you go there, you will see this website that has all of the steps and a lot of content. I have to thank Jason Mays from the TensorFlow JS team at Google for all of the amazing content that he's always creating for us. And this workshop was also created by him. So thank you so much, Jason. You're amazing, and you're always you're always giving us all this great content on TensorFlow JS. So I recommend all of you to follow him on social media. All right. So again, I'm just going to, do a quick overview over all of the steps. And if you want to go back and have a closer look of what I'm explaining today, just please go and visit that website. Okay, so what is it that we're going to create in this workshop? We're going to use a pre-trained TensorFlow JS model known as Coco SSD, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about this model later during the talk. But basically, this model, what it does is that it recognizes objects over an image or a video, right? And it can recognize up to 80 common objects. And these common objects, they come from the Coco the Coco repository, and we're going to talk about that later. All right, and then when it recognizes the objects, you can draw a bounding box around that object, and you can also show the level of confidence that that object is actually the object that the model is recognizing. So, for example, it can be a dog by, I don't know, 60% and so on. All right. And big shout out to the guys at the bottom, which are our friends at GDG London, who helped me out to take that picture some months ago. Okay, so the really cool thing about TensorFlow.js and what I really, really like is that with just a little bit of knowledge in web development, like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, you can do a bunch of really amazing and fun stuff. All right. So, for example, here, this guy, he used an old phone, right? And he created this web app where you can select like your pet and an object. And what it does is like when the pet and the object are recognized on the webcam stream at the same time, it means like, okay, the dog is going to eat the biscuits, and then it will share a message to the owner, letting him know that the dog is being naughty. So what I want you to bear in mind as we go through this session is how you can take your knowledge today and turn it into something useful that maybe solves a problem in your life, or a problem at work or someone else's life. Is very like the possibilities are huge. All right. So let's get started. So what I'm going to ask you is to go to the step 1 of the code lab. Again, I'm not going to go into detail because of time, but basically what we're going to do is like we're going to create a web page. We're going to use machine learning in the browser via TensorFlow.js and using the Cocoa SSD model, and we're going to draw the bounding boxes. And of course, you will learn how easy it is to load these pre-trained TensorFlow.js models into your website. How can you grab the data from a webcam stream on your browser? How can you classify the images that are being recognized on that stream? Like the objects, sorry, that are being recognized on the stream, and how can we highlight the objects that has been found? Okay, so let's talk about what is TensorFlow.js. So TensorFlow.js is an open source machine learning library that runs anywhere JavaScript can, and that is a lot of places. So TensorFlow is a product by Google, right? And you can work with TensorFlow using Python, but TensorFlow.js is the specific library that can run with JavaScript, right? And it's amazing that Google decided to open source it. And the cool thing is that because it runs with JavaScript, we can use it in a huge amount of places. So that is one of the greatest benefits of it. And also, JavaScript is a language that is being used is one of the most popular programming languages. Okay, so what can we do with TensorFlow.js? We can run existing models. So we can run, for example, these pre-made models that I'm going to talk to you about. We can convert models that are coming from TensorFlow and TensorFlow Lite. We can also retrain existing models with transfer learning. So, for example, transfer learning is when you have a model that has been trained over a certain training data. So let's say that you have a model that can detect cats. So you can retrain the model with a new training set to learn to recognize dogs, just by using a different training data. But that's like a high level definition of that. But you can think about it like that. And the cool thing about being able to retrain existing models is that gathering the training data and actually training the model is where you spend the most time and money. So this is actually obviously a very useful feature to have. And of course, you can write models in JavaScript and train them from scratch. Okay, so this is pretty cool. As you can see, TensorFlow.js supports all of these environments. So obviously the browser, not only those three, you can use it in a bunch of browsers as long as they support JavaScript, which is almost most of them nowadays. On the server side, of course, you can run it over Node.js. For mobile, you can use React Native or progressive web apps. For desktop, you can use desktop native, you can use Electron. And my favorite application of them all is to use, you can create really amazing projects using Raspberry Pi and for Internet of Things. And of course, as long as you can run Node.js over your Raspberry Pi project. Okay, so let's talk about the client-side superpowers. Why is it so cool to run these machine learning models on the browser? So first of all, we have high privacy. So because none of the sensor data, let's say on your browser or on your mobile, are being sent to the server for classification, like the user's data stays private and on the device, all right? Then we have lower latency, which is also related to the previous one. And because there is no server involved for the classification, there is not, it means that there is no like a round trip time from, let's say, the phone to the server and back again. So obviously the latency is lower. Then we have the reach and scale of the web. Of course, anyone, anywhere, no matter the background, they can open a web page and start like enjoying the benefits of using machine learning in the browser. And they don't have to be machine learning experts, and they don't have to be computer scientists or fancy hardware. They can use it right away. And that's pretty cool because you can create these solutions that can help a lot of people very, very fast. And then we have the lower serving cost. So of course, we don't need to, depending on the scale of your project, of course, but hosting your solution on the web, nowadays, hosting a web server space is very cheap. It's easy to set up. So the serving costs are very low. It really, again, depends on the scale of your project and what is it that you want to do. And again, we also support Node.js for server-side and Internet of Things devices. So now let's talk very briefly about the pre-trained models. So these are the pre-trained models that are ready to use right now. So if you go to that URL at the bottom of the screen, you can read about all of them. The TensorFlow.js team is constantly working on releasing new pre-made models to use. I'm not going to stop to talk about all of those. Some of them are amazing. Kids at my code club had been using some of these pre-made models to do amazing stuff. We're going to use the object detection one. But for example, one of the kids, he's 14, and he did a karate application for the little kids on his team to practice the kata moves. And in a website, so the website will show the move, and the kids will practice the move through the webcam, and the site will tell the kid if the pose is right or wrong. And for that, he used the pose estimation model. Another kid did an attendance application for the school using face recognition. And another girl, she used a bird Q&A model to create a smart study buddy. So these models are very, very easy to use, and you can create amazing stuff. All right. And what are the pre-made benefits? Again, you don't need to gather the training data yourself, and You don't need to do the training process. All of this is being done for you. And again, this is where you spend most of your money and time. And because of that, you can prototype your project very, very fast with lower cost, and you can start testing and tuning your project. It uses a state-of-the-art research. Of course, again, TensorFlow JS is part of Google, and Google, they are always on top of AI innovation. So we can be sure that what we're getting is a state of the art. It's very easy to use, as you're going to see today, and it has brilliant documentation. And you can do transfer learning for some of the models, not all of them, but I will say the most fun ones. But maybe there's people that don't agree with me. But anyways, we're going to talk about that later. Okay, so what is Coco SSD, which is the model that I'm going to show you guys today? So it's a pre-trained model that can recognize objects. Again, it can recognize multiple objects in a single image, and it's trained over the Coco dataset. On the workshop page, I believe that is the link to that dataset. It was created by Microsoft, and it has 80 common objects. So, for example, it has human, dog, I don't know, plane, bottle, cell phone, knife. It has 80 common objects. And it uses the SSD architecture, which is single shot detection. Of course, when you have it recognizes the objects in one image, but when you have a video, it's just one image after the other, so it will recognize all of the objects in each of the images that are part of a video. Okay, so let's start practicing and seeing the code. So I will ask you to go to this website. Again, I'm going to share the link and ask one of the girls, like the girls on the team, to please share it on the chat. Okay, that's fine. Okay. So if you go there, you're going to see, and I'm going to share this over here. All right, yeah, this works. So you will see here this. Of course, this is after remixing the project, but when you go to that link, you will see this project. Maybe not this same screen, but all that you need to do is click remix. So that will create like a copy of the project on your glitch. You can create a glitch account. So glitch is basically a website where we can run JavaScript and HTML, CSS on real time without setting up a web server in our machine. And in this side, you will see like the files. And if you click preview here, you can open the preview pane, which is this one, or preview in a new window. So every change that we do in the code, it will be reflected here. All right. Okay. So so here is where you have to click to remix the project, and the project right now is just a boilerplate. It's not going to actually work, but we're going to copy and paste because of time. We're going to copy and paste the code from the workshop, and I will explain to you how the code works, and we're going to see it working. Okay, so first we have to create the HTML skeleton. And what we're going to do is that we're going to copy the code over from the index HTML, like the HTML code that is on the workshop side, into glitch. Okay, so I'm going to do that in real time. Usually this is, I do this with all of you, but because of time, all that you need to do is to go to the step 5 and copy all of this code. Okay, and I'm going to explain to you how it works. And you go here on your own copy, and you will copy this. as you can see, this changes here. So let's go over the code. Okay, so basically we have there the HTML code with the title and the heading and the reference to the style CSS file, which has all the styling for the page. Then we have the main section. That is the one that is going to have the area for the video that we're going to grab from the webcam stream, and the button to enable the webcam, and again the area to see the webcam. Here you can see this class that is called invisible. We have that class, it's a CSS class, and what it will do is that it will gray out the area where the enable webcam button is, and that is because we need to allow the model to load on the browser before being able to before enabling the webcam, because otherwise it will not work correctly. Again, I'm going to go through this very fast. If you have any question, put it in the chat or reach out to me on my social media. Okay, and this is the most important part. Well, one of the most important. This is everything that you have to do in order to include TensorFlow.js and the Cocoa SSD model on your project. You just have to reference the TensorFlow.js library through this CDN URL, the Cocoa SSD library to that URL, and by the end, we're just referencing our JavaScript file where we're going to manipulate some of the stuff that we're getting from the model. So it's as simple as this on how can you include TensorFlow.js and the pre-made models on your project. Okay, then we're going to add the styles to make this be like grayed out, like I told you before. So we're going to copy the code, the CSS code. So I'm going to go to step 6. I'm going to copy this. I'm not going to spend time explaining the CSS. But again, if you have any questions, reach out to me later. And as you can see now, this is grayed out and I cannot click. All right, let's continue. All right. And now let's create the JavaScript skeleton, okay? So let's go to copy the code from the JavaScript area, and I will explain to you how it works. So I'm going to go to step 7. I'm going to copy this. And I will explain to you later all of this. I'm going to copy the whole code, okay? So let's do enable webcam. Let's replace this enable webcam placeholder here. And we can do this just to check if it's working. And I will explain this to you later. I will add this here. So basically here I'm saying in this line that the model is true. So we are pretending that the model has been loaded, okay? And what I'm going to test is that, okay, here it is. It's working, the webcam. All right. So now I'm going to continue. So again, if we go back to the slides, I'm going to explain to you the code. So basically here what we have are references. We're referencing the key DOM elements, like the webcam, where we're going to show the stream of the webcam, where is the container, the webcam button. Then what we have here is that we are checking in get user media supported, we are checking if the device of the user has access, if we have access to the camera, all right? And then if we do have access to the camera, we want to add an event to the enable webcam button. So it's like when we click the enable webcam button, we want to run the enable cam function. And if the user media is not supported, then we just print something on the console, letting know the user. Okay, then let's talk about the enable cam function. So we get, when we click the button to enable the webcam, we execute this. And if the model is not loaded, we just get out. But let's assume the model is loaded. So then we add this class that is called remove, and it's just to remove the grayed out area that we placed over the text on the button. And then we have to tell the device if we want to have the video and the audio from the user media. So in this case, we just want the video, right? Because we don't want the audio, and because we're going to have some feedback, and it's really not needed. We just want to recognize the objects on the video. So we are saying, okay, forget user media. I want just the video. We want to pass that parameter. And that is what we are doing here. We want to activate the webcam stream. We're saying, okay, to get user media, I want just the video. And when I have the stream, I want to do this, which is, okay, the stream that I'm getting, I want to add it as the source of the video object on my HTML. And I want to add a listener, which is an event listener, which is when the data is loaded, which means when we already have the video, we want to execute predict webcam. So the predict webcam, this is what we should be seeing. So let's replace the predict webcam, which is here, okay? So we're going to add this here. Actually, it goes over the predict webcam. I'm gonna leave the code on this glitch so you can watch it later. And let's replace the predict webcam function. And I will let you know how it works. Okay. Okay. So what we're doing here is that we're loading, because we already included the Coco SSD model on our head when we included the script, the CDN. What we're doing is, okay, I want to load the model, and when it's loaded, I want to remove the invisible grayed out area. And then I want to start, as soon as I click the button and I receive the image, I want to start predicting. So when the model detects the video, we're going to start receiving the predictions. Then we have this array called children. And basically what it does is that every time we draw the bounding boxes in the image, we want to remove them. Because if we don't, by every image, every frame that we got from the video, it will have like new bounding boxes drawn over. And if we don't remove it, as when the video goes forward, we're going to have a bunch of bounding boxes around the screen. So we want to remove them. Okay. And okay, this is basically what we're doing to remove those. And what we're going to get from the model are basically three things. For all of the objects that are being recognized, we're going to receive the class name, which is, let's say, person, dog, etc. We're going to have the score, which is the percentage of confidence. It can be 60% and so on. And we're going to have the coordinates for the bounding boxes. All right. So because of time, I cannot stop here to explain this part of the code, but what it's doing is basically we're saying we're going through all of the predictions, because if we have, for example, 3 objects in the screen, in the image, the predictions array will have 3 elements, and per element we're going to have the class name, the score, and the bounding boxes coordinates. So basically what we're doing here is drawing those bounding boxes and that information on the screen. And this is the same thing that we're doing here. And we're pushing here the bounding boxes into the children array so we can remove them later. Okay, and by the end, what we're doing is we want to call the prediction again, because it's going to be like a loop. We want to do that over all of the frames that we are using. So let's try it. See if it's working. It seems that it's not working. Something must be missing. But what can it be? Let me check. Okay, it's working now. All right. So as you can see, it's recognizing me. It says person. I'm not a 100% of a person for some reason. But if I, we can see the bottle. Oh, there you go, the bottle. And we can play with the level of confidence. We can make it higher or slower. Let's say the cell phone. Here it is. Oops. Okay. Well, we need to adjust a little bit, maybe the level of confidence. But as you can see, it works. The only thing that we needed lines of codes for the machine learning, and the rest, like to load the TensorFlow.js library, the model, and then to get the model working on our JavaScript, and all of the rest, and of course getting the webcam stream, and all of the rest was like drawing the bounding boxes and doing the browser checks. And yeah, just a quick recap. Again, we learned the benefits of using TensorFlow.js and pre-made models. We created the website to see the webcam stream and doing the classification over the objects in real time. Again, feel free to read the workshop page in detail. All the code is working on the glitch. I'm going to leave it like that so you can copy it. And thank you very much. If you want to, I will highly recommend to go to the TensorFlow.js website, read about the models. If you follow the hashtag made with TensorFlow.js on social media, you will see all the amazing projects that many people is doing. And yeah, that's me. I'm happy to answer your questions. And now we can go to our next guest. All right, let me stop sharing over here. Oh my God, I had to talk really fast. Okay, so next up we have Bahar, and she is absolutely amazing. She has an MBA, and she's the founder of We Are the Change, which is a really nice organization. We're very happy to have her here. And yeah, let me share with her. So she can present. There she is. Hi, Bahar. I think you're able to share. Hello.
Hello. Thank you so much. I'm just going to try how it looks like when I share my screen.
Yeah. We should have been ready before, but because I had to present, sorry that I couldn't help you. But yeah, I think you will be able to share your screen now.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a good way.
It's fine. And thank you everyone for your patience. Events that are being run live they can be a little bit tricky. Maybe.
Hello. How my screen look like? I have no idea.
It looks okay. If you can present with the slideshow so we can see the whole presentation.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, is that okay now?
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah. Thank you so much today for having me. I am Bahar Tomek, living in Lincoln, but originally from Turkey. I'm the founder of We Are the Change. We Are the Change is an initiative which is supporting students, entrepreneurs, especially women entrepreneurs, because I have this background working with female entrepreneurs since more than 5 years back in the Turkey and the MENA region. So when I come to Lincoln to my MBA, I just find a huge gap as an international student and a woman coming to the UK from different culture and background. I found a huge gap about the gender diversity, kind of women in business, and in the same time the cultural diversity, because also like the research still shows like the female entrepreneurs still having these barriers and thoughts, and as an international woman and students, people are bringing their backgrounds, discourses, barriers and cultural effects. A biggest example is me, I think. Here when I come here first time, it was really hard to engage with any businesses, since I'm coming from really good corporate background. I found a huge difference in a cultural way and engaging with businesses, entrepreneurs in a digital way. And it was really, really hard for me to find also the role model who made this journey before me so I can learn from her. Also, like the aspiring female entrepreneurs, there are really few communities you can engage. And the other thing is, if you are really, really new into the community, you don't know which direction you should go. Of course, you're going to try, but it's going to be a time cost for you. So when we back to the cultural diversity, also the research shows who is coming from different background to the new city, not engaging really as the local students. The second highest record is about the European students who coming from kind of a similar background. They are really engaging with the community, but the rest of the students from different backgrounds really struggling to find a way for their self. And also they don't have enough opportunity to make really the entrepreneurial decision, to find out opportunities, because the education is given at the university. They are giving the education, yes, we are learning, but also we need a soft skills, like the network and expenses are really, really limited. So a solution was a creating bridge between knowledge and experiences, which is like the creating collective knowledge, learning from each other, and experiences sharing the skill ability like the students and women should add to themselves for their dreams, career paths, and the other things. So I came across with the idea with We Are the Change, and I have established with myself, and I got really a great support from all over the UK woman. So the mission is the providing the new skills and moral and support to women and students who share their time, experiences, knowledge, network, a capital. And vision is creating a dynamic community, cultural and experiential diversity, supporting entrepreneurship, leadership, serving a sustainable transformation and development. And aim is creating more entrepreneurs, especially from women's side, supporting students and women to have a capital or the say into the capital in business life, like all kinds of social and economic position, so they can play a decision making process. So We Are the Change values is, of course, togetherness, diversity, productivity, and definitely impact. So how are we going to make this impact and how are we going to create this? Is sharing your experiences. I would like to ask, and I really want to hear your answer from the chat box. If you could share one thing with people, what would it be? How you're gonna share your experiences. For example, thank you so much. Your slides were amazing, and even my background is not coming from the coding or the engineering side, but I learned something with the tender flow. First time ever in my life I am seeing, and it was really great experiences for me because I learned from your experiences. You explained very well, and it was really nice presentation. And in the same time, you added kind of your comments, your experiences, how you made it, and how we can make it to following the steps. It was really good experiences. And thank you so much for this. So I think today we are all holding within ourselves, in our hands, something that will change humanity, the life of a woman, the future of the or the personality of a child, the dreams of someone, the motivation of someone, or the realities of someone. So I feel I'm a change or sharing ambassador, like who has changed and transformed her own life and intends to this for everyone. So why sharing experiences in a theoretical way? Students and women and all people generally. Why I'm targeting students and women? Because I'm really passionate about supporting women in business and also students, of course. We'll walk hand by hand to grow together, which we are already doing within our community, and to contribute back to community and close the loop, which lead to like break down barriers in business life with a collective unity formed by businesses, companies, universities, organizations, and everybody is equal access right to opportunities. And also creating environment with equal opportunities is going to support the sustainable development. And also we are popularizing the collective knowledge and experiences sharing, and it is empowering the way we are thinking or we are doing. Maybe I'm talking a little bit fast, sorry about that. So I was born and grew up in Cihanbeyli, Konya, in Turkey. Why I am saying this? It was a really rural kind of a city. I was the youngest member of the family in traditional Anatolian household of a farmer origin. And here, like I'm now, 20 years ago, of course, everything was not a technological, a modern, and open-minded as it is now. So I really got a lot of barriers because of the city I grew up, because of the culture, the people around me. It really affected me, and I believe it has a huge impact on like who is the Bahar right now. And all your barriers, this is what I believe, your personality, your perspective, and like are starting to take shape in the house you were born in. Your perspective towards your gender, your self-love, your dreams, and your capacity and your possibilities, everything is shaped in, I think, the place you grow up or you burn, like the people around you. So what you are predict you can achieve situations where you are conditions to fail, discovering your talents, everything is so outside in the same time of you, and in fact you are so much in the center of everything. This I think mean a lot because sometimes we live in a thought helplessness without even realizing that it's being taught. We complain about our possibilities, but I can't do this. It starts with this, like I can't do this. Especially as a woman, if you were born in a geography where women like me are a little more disadvantageous, life becomes like more complicated and difficult. In order to learn, you need to spend like 10 times effort to develop. Like I'm a woman, I am exist here, I am. It takes long time to efforts like to ever acknowledge your existence. And this has happened when I come into Lincoln, to be honest. It was really hard to develop, to show people, yes, I am here. Yes, I am Neve. Nobody knows me. Yes, I left my career back in the Turkey, but I have this career, which I really established very well. I gave a lot of effort. Yes, I'm a new person, but I'm here right now. So you are 100 steps behind when you take the first steps. Of course, like if you started off then deeper and more difficult challenges begin, like struggles about taking seriously, which is always happening to all women entrepreneurs still, unfortunately. I'm a woman, I'll be successful, I will achieve what I want, and this distracts you from really important actions that you really want to do. You lose time in life while you are running 10-kilometer speeds. They're gonna say like, okay, let me see if you are running, but they can't see you are already running the marathon with yourself. So I want to share here a little bit more about me and my experiences. So my mother was uneducated person. I really, how I can explain here is, it was hard for her to go to the school during her time. And my uncles and everybody is educated because they are men. They are doctor, they are really good in kind of education. But my mother didn't have a chance to go to the school. But she was always like, you're gonna be a businesswoman and you're gonna do this for women, you're gonna make this for women. I think this passion coming to me because of her. And then for years, I've been really working closely, especially for women and children and students. I work on making impact both in corporate life and social responsibility project, and in a small order to see a small change or transformation in their life, both business and social life, like my experiences, my experiences, education, culture, talents, a vision, and mission. And sometimes separately, sometimes together. I always shared my knowledge and experiences with others. This is such a transformative thing, that what you learn while sharing, the change created by what you share, the barriers you have destroyed, which is already I bring a lot of barriers from my life, like my childhood, my background, and in the same time, like the statements that have lost their effect, creating a collective intelligence and learning from each other. I wanted to ask also, have you ever thought of that? Like, have you ever experienced the reality of learning from each other? Since I came to the Lincoln, here. Since I came to the Lincoln, however much I have broken my personal barriers, I have encountered many barriers of the identities. I have defined myself, unfortunately, still set by society. And most importantly, as a young female entrepreneur, even in this year, I overcame many barriers about being taken seriously or being a new person in the society, like the sharing my thoughts, people around me, and learning from them, and fighting like I want to learn. Because I have this passion inside me and awareness for years, but how about others? How about other students? How about other women who came to the country new? It doesn't matter, like, yes, we are in UK, but this is also can happen in other countries. It's who is changing or changing their life for education, for career. It's really hard to be sometimes a new into the city for everyone. And I think transformation is really such a way that you cannot transform alone. Your life, your story, again, your experiences, the house you were born in, your friends, environment, everyone and everything taught you something. And everyone and everything has changed and transformed you in some way. Your disappointments added barriers. We got lost in social roles, your best talents, and your worst failures. All of them taught you something. Have you ever thought like, what is your challenge today will be someone else's main problem tomorrow? what you can learn to do today will be information that someone else needs, want to learn from you tomorrow. I'm sure we have lots of things, lots of things in business way, in a life way, in a skill way, in every way we can think like this. So it will be great if you write some sentences from the chat box. I will be really happy to read it. And creating collective intelligence and learning from each other. This is my life motto for my initiative, and I am trying to spread out to everybody to share their experiences with everyone. Because the power of sharing, everyone who wants to transform the world, and it's such a generous thing that you multiply when you share. Like, it is really so simple also, but sharing has a huge impact and change is amazing. And I wanted to invite everyone like to share your experiences with others with honestly, with confidence, regardless of your identity, and lucky or not, the geography you birth, and let them learn from your life, your feelings, your thoughts, lead the way, open the door, and you can be a reason of change for somebody, for everybody. Also, in practical way, experiences sharing is a new learning methodology. You can see some codes on the screen. Like, a shared experiences is exactly what it sounds like hearing from someone else. And simple concept has a deep impact. And two heads are better than one. Of course, change in a people and organizational culture is stimulated and inspired by experiences. And learning from each other sharpens the paths, take the ability, and shared human experiences create deeper relationships and meaningful learning. When shared as a story with others, it has even greater impact. When individuals challenge their own thinking by listening to the perspective of others, they are able to interact in new and different ways. And the other example is when individual assumptions are suspended, it opens the door for genuine thinking and talking together, creating the possibility for shared and learning experiences. So I would love to invite again everybody to share their experiences and being the cause of the change. It is really so impactful. Maybe you already experienced this in your community, with you sharing your thoughts, ideas, and creating and helping to create impact. So thank you so much. I think I finished a little bit earlier than my time. And you can see We Are the Change activities from those links. I'm also very active on LinkedIn, creating more women community entrepreneurs, small business owners, and students, of course, from all over the UK and all over the world. We are trying to share experiences all together and learn from each other. Thank you so much for today.
Thank you, Bahar. That was very amazing. And thank you for sharing with us your personal experiences. That was very moving. You can jump to the chat and read some feedback and some comments from the audience. And it was really, really an honor to have you. You're doing an amazing job.
Thank you so much.
All right. So we have our next talk in 7 minutes. So yeah, let's wait a couple of minutes and we will be right back. Thank you. All right, we're back. Right next, we're going to have the amazing Cecilia Martinez. She's a developer advocate for AdFlow at Ionic. And Ionic is a company that helps web developers to build cross-platform applications using modern technology. She's a lead volunteer for Women Who Code front end, and she's the chapter head of Out in Tech Atlanta, and she's also a GitHub star. So we are very, very happy to have her. And yeah, she's going to be talking to us about mobile deployments for web developers.
Hi, everyone. I'm Cecilia Martinez, and this is Mobile Deployments for. I'm a developer advocate for AppFlow, which is the mobile CI/CD system built by Ionic. If you're not familiar with Ionic, Ionic provides multiple open source SDKs for developing cross-platform applications using web technologies. You can find me on Twitter or GitHub at Cecilia Creates, or feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn using my name. It's just /Cecilia Martinez. In addition to my work for Ionic, I like to volunteer with some community organizations. I'm a volunteer with Women Who Code front end. I am also the chapter head for the Atlanta chapter of Out in Tech, which supports the LGBTQIA+ community in tech. And I'm also an alumni of the GitHub Stars program. So if you're interested in any of those, feel free to reach out as well. So you may be wondering why I'm here today talking about mobile, even for web developers. Well, it's important for web developers to know about mobile for a number of reasons. The first is that our users really live on mobile devices. Everyone is tethered to their phones, and it's really important for us to think about that mobile experience for our users, even if we're building on web. Additionally, there's been an increase in cross-platform development. What that means is building a single app and having a single code base, but deploying to multiple platforms. For example, building an app once, but deploying to Android, iOS, and mobile web. You can do these with technologies like React Native, Flutter, Ionic is one. You can also turn an existing web app into native using a tool called Capacitor, which is also built by Ionic. And there's also other ones that you may have heard like Maui and Kotlin. Because these are increasingly popular, you may be asked to build a cross-platform app using your web skills and need to understand how deployments work. Additionally, we're also seeing increasing web to mobile migrations. This involves taking existing web content and leveraging it for mobile applications. So what makes mobile so different from web? Well, what it really comes down to is the platform. When you're building a web app, what you're really building is a piece of software that is going to run in another piece of software, a browser. So you essentially are thinking about the logistics and the requirements of a few different browsers, but primarily another piece of software. When you're building a native application for mobile devices, you're actually creating a compiled binary that will then execute on the hardware. You're interacting with the operating system of an actual device. Because of this, it adds complexity to the deployment process. We're also talking about a difference between an interpreted language when building with web apps, and this is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, versus compiled languages. What this means is that with web apps, your code is being dynamically interpreted or compiled at runtime, versus compiling your code in advance to then run at a later time. This makes the web more dynamic in terms or in comparison to native applications. Because of all these platform differences, the deployment process changes at each and every stage of deployment. So we're going to talk about differences between web and mobile at the test stage, the build stage, the deploy stage, and the maintain stage. So let's start with testing. Testing on the web, in most cases, it looks a little bit like this. You'll run your unit test typically in a development server or whatever environment that you're using, if you're using a CI/CD environment. And then in order to run any end-to-end unit or end-to-end integration or UI tests, you then would launch your app in a browser. Best case scenario, you have minimal manual testing, and you're able to easily write automated tests to cover the majority of your test cases. When it comes to testing mobile, things are a little different. You can run unit tests, again, using a server of some kind to run against your code base. But after that, things go a little off the rails because you have to have a native build in order to launch your app on a device. So this requires you to go through the build process, even just for testing. After that, you will launch on a device, and this can be a virtual or a real device, and then you'll run any automated end-to-end tests that you have. However, with testing mobile devices, you do eventually want to run on real devices, and there tends to be a much more significant manual testing required. You'll also typically see multiple rounds of testing and test releases. So for example, you may have an internal version, then an alpha, then a beta version before finally actually releasing to all your users. I mentioned that there are virtual and real devices. For virtual devices, you have emulators for Android and simulators for iOS. There are some minute differences, but ultimately both of these replicate a hardware device on a computer, on a machine. They're useful for seeing your app, interacting with it, doing some testing. However, they can't replicate all of the specific hardware configurations and interactions. So ultimately, developers do want to test on a real device. There's a few different ways to do this. You can connect your actual device to a dev machine in order to run via Xcode or Android Studio. You can manually download and install the app binary on a phone. You can release it using some of the test channels that we'll talk about. Or you can also upload the native binary to what's called a real device farm. This allows you to upload your app and have it run on real devices in the cloud. There's ones like Sauce Labs, AWS Device Farm, and you can actually run automated tests on real devices that you don't actually interact with. I mentioned different test channels that you can use to distribute your apps once you're ready to have kind of a wider testing audience. There's options for both Android and iOS. For Android, you have what's called Google Play testing tracks. The internal testing track allows you to distribute up to 100 users. So this is good for internal testing, for stakeholders, for your QA team as you're developing your application. Then there's the alpha testing track, or what's also called the closed testing track. This is when you're ready to kind of branch out to a wider audience. Applications at this stage do have to be configured, and internal, they don't have to be configured yet. And then you have the beta testing track. At this point, your app should be ready to be listed in the Google Play Store because it will be available, but then marked as beta. On the iOS side, you have ad hoc releases, which allow you to distribute to up to 100 test devices per year. You do have to manually list the device IDs in your distribution certificate or in your provisioning profile. So that's also good for internal stakeholders, QA testing. If you are developing for somebody else and you need them to be able to see the app, for example. TestFlight is a program provided by the Apple Developer Program. It allows you to share your app using either an email invite or a public link. TestFlight also has built-in tools for capturing screenshots or feedback so that your beta testers can give you information about how it's going as they're interacting with your app. All right, so let's talk about building. So for building for the web, it's interesting. I mean, we all do it now, but technically you don't really need a build. If you wanted to, you could just write your HTML, CSS, JavaScript, have like your files and just put them on the server as is. The reason that we have a build step for web is because of frameworks and then also tools that help us to be more efficient with our code. So we have transpilers and bundlers for things like pulling in only specific modules that we may need from our dependencies. So what a web build really is optimized, minimized HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and then your static assets. It's really easy to update dynamically. If you run your web build command, it really shouldn't take more than some seconds. I mean, it could take longer depending on your application, but most modern frameworks will be pretty quick. And this makes it really easy to create new builds as needed in order to deploy. Building for mobile is a very different story. As I said, you are creating an actual executable binary for your native platform. And because you're running on hardware, there's a lot more rules involved with the build process. Especially Android and Apple, they don't want just any application running on a user's device because there's so many security and data concerns with that. So there are infrastructure requirements to compile. You do need a Mac. And there's also very specific build types. So when you don't just have a build like you do with web, you have build types depending on the audience and the devices that it will run on, and also the purpose of that build, which we'll talk about in just a minute here. You also have to think about versioning. So each new build of your app will have a new version. And you need to think about, how you're going to leverage versioning and, when you'll have a new major version versus minor version versus patch, etc. There's also what's called the code signing process. So when you build for mobile, you do, if you're building for most distribution types, you do need to sign your code. So we'll talk about that as well. But first, let's talk about build stacks. So as I mentioned, you do need to have Mac and Linux hardware if you're going to build for iOS and Android. And there are a number of build dependencies, or what's called the build stack, required in the environment that you're using to build. So on your machine, you'll need Xcode and either Android Studio, most likely, or SDK. These are required for the build process, even if you're not using native technologies to build your app. So even if you're doing cross-platform development with like React Native or Ionic, you'll still need these tools in your environment to complete the build process. There's also certain SDK requirements. So for example, for Android, you may be required to target a specific SDK when building your application. So that's important to keep those maintained and updated. You can either manually install them in your environment, or if you're running in CI/CD, you could use like a container image like Docker. So build types. For Android, when you go to create a build, you will specify a build type. There are two. There's debug, which does not need to be signed. Don't need to have any credentials to build a debug build. And then there's a release build. This is when you're ready to actually distribute to other devices. On the iOS side, there are simulator builds, which are meant only to run on a simulator. You have development builds, which are used during the development process. Ad hoc, which allows you to distribute to a certain number of users. You have App Store builds, which are meant for production. And then there's enterprise builds, which is used for distributing internally, not via the App Store, but production level applications. So if you have, example, a large company and you need to distribute a specific app only to your employees, you may use an enterprise release. Each of these build types has specific requirements and they're used for different purposes, but the vast majority of them do require code signing. So for Android, I mentioned for the release build, you'll need to sign your actual build. This uses what's called an upload key. So an upload key is generated on your local machine and then used during the build process in order to certify that you are the one who is generating that build. There's also an app signing key, which is used later on in the process after you upload your build to the Google Play Store. So the upload key is what you'll actually use to generate the signed build, and that is generated locally on your machine. For iOS, in order to create a signed build, you will need a signing certificate and a provisioning profile. A signing certificate states that you're authorized to create a build and your identity. And the provisioning profile states which devices the app is allowed to run on. For provisioning profiles, if you're building a development or an ad hoc build, you will need to specify which device IDs the app can run on. If you are building for the App Store, then you have what's called a distribution provisioning profile, which means that it can run on any iOS device. These signing certificates and provisioning profiles are generated in the Apple Developer Program website, and then they are downloaded and used in your environment while you're creating the build. You can also use Xcode to connect to your Apple Developer account and then generate and build within Xcode. So it depends on whether you're building locally or whether you'd like to build in CI/CD. You may access these credentials in different ways. Okay, so you figured out your signing credentials, you've decided your build type, you have a shiny new signed bundle, and you're ready to deploy. So deploying to the web is pretty straightforward, especially if you're using a tool like Netlify or Vercel. Back in my day, we would use like just an FTP client, but really all you're doing is you're putting the files on the server. You have your files, you can deploy, you have complete control over when you deploy, and you put whatever your new bundle is on the server. Yes, and there's APIs and backend things that you may need and microservices that you may need to set up. But for the most part, all you have to do is move the files from one environment to another in order to deploy. On mobile, what gets in the way here is the app stores. You technically can have a user download and install a binary on their phone, but it's not very common at all, and most users would be very uncomfortable installing something not from the App Store. So we are, kind of held to the whims of the App Store approval process. So once you have your signed bundle, you will upload it to either Google Play or the Apple App Store and go through their approval process. You do also have to consider your store listing details and images, as well as privacy and data agreements. You need to be very specific about what type of permissions and data that you're going to be using from a user's device with your app. The approval process can take up to a week or more, depending on extenuating circumstances. So you need to take that timeline into consideration. And if you do get rejected, sometimes the reasons can be a little vague, and you may need to retool your app multiple times and resubmit before you finally get approved. I mentioned store listings, so you will need to generate an app icon, previews, and screenshots, as well as descriptions, search keywords, pick a category, and also have details around what was released in the latest version of your app. You also need to consider ratings and reviews. So, if you have a bad web app, people may complain about it or post in other areas, but there's no actual, it's not the actual delivery method of your application that could be affected. So it's important to have a quality app that doesn't crash, that doesn't have issues, because that could impact your rating and reviews and hurt your ability to be visible in the App Store. So for the store approval process, it can be a bit nebulous. These are the items listed on the iOS or the Apple, iOS website in terms of avoiding common reasons. Obviously, there needs to be no crashes or bugs. You can have a broken app, no broken links. If you have any incomplete information or placeholders, and like I said, any privacy policy or unclear data issues. If you have a substandard UI, you can also be rejected. If we did that for the web, a lot more websites would not be online, but the app stores are more picky. It also mentions static web content or web clippings. And this does not mean that you can't use existing web app code and then repurpose it for mobile. What this means is that there needs to be additional value or reason for having a native mobile app. Mobile apps are meant to be interactive and engaging. If you are just literally taking everything from web and it's very static and could exist as a website, and there's not a reason to turn it into a native app, then you may run into App Store approval issues. And last but not least, there's also, it could be rejected if there's not enough lasting value. If it's a niche audience or it's meant to be a short-lived app, then you may see a rejection. These are just the items that are listed on the Apple developer website. There are a number of other reasons that you could be rejected. I've seen some checklists that have 70 items to cover every time before you publish. So it's good to get a lot of practice with going through the approval process and understanding what some of those roadblocks may be, because the approval process can take a while, especially if you do get rejected, and you'll want to avoid that as much as possible if you want to make sure that you have good velocity with your releases. And then the last stage of mobile deployments is maintaining. This may technically not be a stage of deployments, but it's very different for mobile than it is for web, and I feel like there are some important differences to call out. when you're maintaining for the web, when you think about it, every new deployment that you make, all users will immediately have the same version of your web app. Barring any, A/B testing or feature flags, a user goes to your app and they're going to get the latest version of your code. You have total control over your releases. You can deploy anytime that you like. And you can also push critical bug fixes or updates whenever you need. With web, you can do hot fixes and you can get those out to your users as quickly as you need to or as you can. For mobile, not everybody will have the same version of your app. You may download a version, and then if you don't update your app manually, you may still exist on an old version. This means that as you make changes to areas of your code base, they need to still work with older versions of your app. For example, somebody may have version 1.0. Your native app may now be on version 3.0, and you want to make a change to your backend API. If users are still out there with 1.0, the backend API still needs to interact and work with all those versions of your app that may still be out there. For device support, and that means the actual type of hardware. So, which iPhone version, or if it's a Samsung device or a Pixel, and what version of those. Device support really spreads in two directions. You need to be able to support the older devices that might be out there, as well as the latest and greatest with features like dynamic island or a folding screen or things of that nature. So it's important to think about all the different devices that you'll need to support as well. You also do have to upkeep with App Store requirements. So there may be privacy, security, or dependency upgrades that are required in order to keep your app listed in the app stores. So if you publish an app and then don't update it for years, or there's a critical update that comes out that's required, your app could be delisted from app stores if you don't comply. Because of this too, bug fixes and updates are difficult to deploy. It could take up to 2 weeks, a week, 2 weeks for a fix to go out. This makes releases risky, which is why you need to do a lot more manual testing. And it also means that if something does get out into production, that you need to have a good process in place for how you're going to push those updates as quickly as you can. Just a couple more notes on support. Like I mentioned, you do need to have some backwards compatibility with any changes that you make. There is an option called forced upgrades. You may have seen this before, where you go and you try to use an app and it kicks you out and it says, you must update to continue, and it redirects you to the App Store. This is what's called a forced upgrade. Usually you'll see this with like banking apps or things that have security risks. This can also cause people to get annoyed and uninstall your app, but it is an option if you do have a critical backwards compatibility issue and need end users to upgrade. There are native dependencies that you need to take into consideration that need to be updated. And as I mentioned, there's just device-specific considerations, like certain types of hardware on different types of devices. One option for pushing critical bug fixes or updates to users is using what's called live deployments, live updates, or over-the-air updates. If you have any web content in your application and your app is configured properly, you can actually push new code to that HTML, CSS, and JavaScript without going through a new native version and going through the App Store approval process. So if you're developing cross-platform, or if you have embedded web content, such as with mobile micro front ends in your native device, then you can deploy changes, and those will be received by your native application and updated for the user without actually updating to a new native version. There's various tools available for this. Some of them are, framework specific, or some of them are more general. But this can be an option if you are concerned with getting bug fixes out quickly. Again, this does not apply to any native changes. If you needed to change the actual native code or a native dependency, then you would need to have a new version released through the App Store. So if you're listening to all this and thinking that it sounds very overwhelming, that there's lots of steps, there are some tools to help make all of this a little bit easier. There are a lot of benefits to automating your mobile deployments. It can reduce knowledge silos. What tends to happen if you're doing manual deployments is there's only maybe 1 or 2 people on a team who knows how that process works. This also limits the signing credentials to maybe a single machine or a single device, which can make it more difficult if you need to get a release out quickly and that one person isn't there. It also helps to improve your release velocity. You're able to deploy to either virtual or test devices more quickly, and you can get testing sooner. And it also helps to improve visibility. When you have automated deployments and you're using certain tools, you will see when new builds are created. You can see new versions. You can connect to it. You can see which commit to your code base was used to trigger that build. You can see who generated a build, who generated an upload to the App Store, and better understand your mobile deployment process and where things may have gone wrong if you do run into an issue. There are a number of different types of tools available. Some are platform specific, meaning if you're building for iOS or Android. For example, there's Xcode Cloud used for automated Xcode for automated iOS deployments. There's framework specific tooling. So for example, if you're using React Native, Expo specifically, there's EAS, or there's also general mobile tooling. There is, for example, AppFlow, which is the tool built by Ionic that allows you to build for React Native, Capacitor, iOS, or Android apps, as well as a number of other mobile specific CI/CD tools. There's tools that allow you to integrate with existing CI/CD. So one is, for example, is Fastlane. This allows you to build and deploy mobile applications using, kind of like a YAML-like file called a fast file. And then whenever you run a GitHub action or whatever your CI/CD system may be, it can trigger that tool. AppFlow also does have a CLI that can be used from any existing CI/CD. Or you can use a mobile-specific CI/CD platform. So with AppFlow, you can use our graphical user interface to trigger builds trigger builds automatically. Or there's also a number of other options out there that allow you to automate mobile builds and are designed specifically for the mobile deployment process. When you're thinking about which tools to use and also what aspects of the deployment pipeline that you want to automate, some things to consider are the DevOps expertise on your team. Do you have a dedicated centralized DevOps team at your organization? Are they experienced with mobile deployment specifically? Or will somebody on your mobile development team be responsible for making those deployments? Is there other people on your team who are interested in learning and being experts in mobile deployments? If not, then you may want to leverage a tool that does not require extensive DevOps knowledge, especially for mobile. You also want to think about your existing infrastructure. If you already have a traditional CI/CD setup, is that done in-house on-prem, or are you leveraging an existing tool already that you can then use those resources and repurpose them for your mobile deployments? You'll also want to think about which platforms that you support and which frameworks are used. Some organizations have an iOS team and an Android team. Some develop for both cross-platform. Some organizations are very large and may have multiple different platforms being used across teams. Would you rather have separate tools for each of those, or would you rather use a general purpose tool that can be shared across different teams? All of that will need to be taken into consideration. All right, well, thank you so much. And if you have any questions on mobile deployments, you can reach me again at Cecilia Creates. I am on Twitter and I am on GitHub there. You can also email the Ionic team at devrel@ionic.io. We're here to help with any questions that you may have. And you can visit useappflow.com to learn more about the AppFlow platform and mobile CI/CD. We have some videos, blog posts, resources to kind of help you get started with mobile deployments. So thank you very much.
right? I had a technical issue over here. That was an amazing session. And now we're gonna have Phyllis Atieno. She's an open source advocate, and she's gonna be talking about when open source meets community. So let's wait a couple of minutes and her talk will start.
Hi everyone, my name is Phyllis Atieno. Today's talk. I'm happy to be giving this talk, even if it's virtual. I'm hoping that it will be as impactful as I intended it to be if I would have given it physically. Once again, my name is Phyllis Atieno. I'm a community and DevRel intern at Chimani. So let's dive straight into the talk. My talk today is about the impact that is created when two great things come together, that is open source and community. Obviously, when two things come together, there must be the good and the bad. So I'm going to take you through the whole process, both the good and the bad. This session is going to take you through what open source is. So if you're wondering what open source is, don't worry, I'm going to take you through that. I'm also going to explain what the benefits of open source are. And there's also the importance of community in open source. That's another area I'm going to touch on. I'm going to give you examples of open source projects I've contributed to or I've been part of or maintained that has benefited from the power of community. And also, like I said, there must be the bad side. I'm going to take you through the challenges involved and how to get involved in open source. If you're looking to get started, this session is for you. And we're going to wrap up with those outlines. So let's start our session today. If somebody asks me what open source is, the picture that comes into mind is a playground. Children are playing together, and as someone who was young once, everyone has been young once. We tended to share our toys, whatever we had, with our friends and the kids we played around. And that's the kind of environment that open source creates. So open source is an environment where people come together to collaborate, share ideas, contribute to code. So most of the people know open source as mostly contributing to code, but I think the other side of reviewing code, sharing ideas, planning the project is not majorly talked about. And that is something that is also included. So when someone asks me what open source is, I always say it's a collaborative environment. Whatever you think of when the word collaborative comes to mind, that is what open source is. And as you've seen in my slides, it's a software that the source code is made available to anyone. So they can share it, they can edit it, and they can also contribute to it. Okay, let's go to the next part. There are benefits of open source, and these are just the few that I felt were important, but there are very many benefits of open source. The first one is transparency. Open source creates transparency in such a way that projects that are being contributed to, everyone can know what is happening at what time. The perfect example I can think of is when you first, for me, when I first choose a project to contribute to, I usually look at the README file, and there you find everything. And if a project is an open source project is good enough, they'll include everything that you need to get started with. So if you're a beginner, it's really rare to get stuck. And if you get stuck, there are mentors to help you. Such kind of a project is an epitome of transparency. So open source creates transparency around the creation of software, and that is something that I thought should be at the top, because transparency is important when creating such kind of impactful things that people are going to use. Open source is also cost saving. So I know I shouldn't be using this example, but in the company I work with, that is Chimani, we came up with an idea. Actually, the community members came up with an idea of creating an open source community member site. So that is they're the ones collaborating on that. They're working on creating a website. And if we had sought other alternatives, we would have maybe, let's say, because it's a company, we would not have looked outside, but because we have software engineers, they would have worked on it. But then, since they are the ones working on it, we don't need to seek other engineers to come in and create the website. They're having fun while at it, and they're also saving on costs, because they're gaining skills, even though they're not getting paid, but it saves on costs for the company or for the project that is being worked on. And we also have continuous improvement. Most open source projects are usually being improved each time. It won't be the same as you found it years ago. So I remember the first project I contributed to, it was Public Lab. And I remember they were seeking new contributors, first-time contributors, to help guide through the whole open source project. And I really loved it. But now when I look at the kind of issues they have, the kind of things they've done around their software, they've really improved. They've greatly improved because they're new contributors, their community has grown, and the software is being improved for the better. So there's usually continuous improvement when it comes to open source, because there are people who are always willing to better your code, share their ideas on what you can do better. And that is another benefit of open source. And yes, so the best for the last, community and collaboration. Open source gives you the benefit of creating a community. So it might be reverse, it might be direct. By reverse, I mean you might first create a community and then work on an open source project together. Or you might first work on an open source project together and then you realize, we actually click, we could benefit from creating a community of the contributors working on this software. So both ways work. And by creating a community, it increases collaboration. When someone has a problem, there's always chances of someone being always ready to help, because there's not only one person. And it makes communication easier. Yeah. And yeah, that's another benefit of open source. Now to the most important part, the importance of community in open source. Community plays major roles in open source, and one of them is collaboration and contribution. Community members work on collaborating together to form new ideas, work on something new, implement something new, and contribute it to the code. And also, I'll use the same example. In Chimani, the community members really, they strive to create new ideas every day and implement them on the project. So if someone has an idea, they reach out to the next person, see if it's viable or not. If it's viable, they add it to the project, and the contribution goes on. Preaching to continuous improvement, like I said. We also have user support and feedback. If you have an open source software that community members are working on, or you have a community that's working on your open source software project, most likely you will receive suggestions on what you could change, or someone experienced a problem and they think that this is the best way to help solve that problem, so that any other person encountering it won't experience the same. So it's really crucial in the community essence they usually provide user support and feedback, which is very important in your development process. We also have sustainability. So community members or the community greatly contributes to the sustainability of your project. That is, we have people who are going to ensure that the project is working and meets future needs, so that there are always people who are ready to help contribute to your software, so that in the future it might work as well as you intended it to right now. So right now you're working on code, but then I'm sure some open source projects don't think of what about the future. Will this software still be as viable as it is right now? Community helps you manage that. There are usually people who are ready to think about that. Is this software really sustainable for the future? And yeah, that's another reason why you should have a community, or you should join one in case you're contributing to open source. We also have code review. In most open source projects, I've seen that when contributors first come in, let's say you're a new contributor, you come in, you start contributing to the code, and you're really active. In some few months, the nitty-gritties of the software. You're able to navigate very well through it. Such kind of contributors are usually selected to maintain code, and in turn they usually help to review code. So it's not always the administration of the open source projects that usually review the code, but also the community members who know the nitty-gritties of the software and are able to help also do the code review. And if, let's say, you have maintainers who are committed, or like they sometimes they're held up somewhere and maybe there's a peer to be reviewed, an issue to be created, these community members come to help in reviewing the code. And yes, learning and sharing. What is a community without learning and sharing? Every day I learn as part of the communities that I am in. And every day I share what I know and they share what they know. And this contributes to the growth of everyone in the community. Yes, and we have examples. The examples I have here are of open source projects or open source software I've worked with or I've maintained. I wanted to list the most impactful ones to me. I know I mentioned Public Lab; it was really impactful. But then I mentioned Chimani, the company I intern with, because it was an idea that was amazing, and we've seen it grow from an idea to something that is now able to be seen. And it was an idea by the community members to create a site for themselves, and it's something that grew from the design. So the designers in the community created the design. The developers in the community created the development, and the content team created the videos and the tutorials, blogs, and everything, and added them there. And I think this is the perfect example of community coming together to uplift open source. It's something that I love talking about because it's an awesome thing that the community members did, and it shows the power of community software. And the other example is Bioconductor. So the Bioconductor project is a project I contributed to. It's a software for analysis and comprehension of high throughput genomic data. So the specific issue I worked on was converting their Swift files to Markdown. And I became part of that community as a newbie. I didn't know anything about Swift files or converting them to Markdown, but they took me through the whole process of understanding what they're doing, how the conversion is done, and in the end, I managed to create so many PRs. It's a community that helps one grow as an open source contributor. And it's also a perfect example of what happens when community comes together with open source. it's a really amazing project, and I was happy to be part of it because it showed me the benefit of community and what I can do when I'm part of it. And there's no good thing without the bad side. And so here are the challenges. In open source, and when you're managing a community, I'm talking as someone who manages a community, there's usually a problem with communication and coordination. So someone has created a PR, you're the maintainer, maybe you've not seen it, and they're trying to reach out so that you can merge their PR so that they can work on the next issue. Sometimes communication is really trickling. There's less communication. Maybe you've reached out to a channel where the maintainer is not active in, and it maybe takes days for them to read it. So communication and coordination is sometimes so hard. And once many PRs are being created, you have to review all of them. Or you're in a community, you have issues, someone wants to work on this issue, you have to see if it's okay or not, or if the issue was taken up and you didn't know. There is usually the problem of communication and coordination. It sometimes gets jumbled up and it becomes a problem. You also have the issue of governance. Governing the people who are actually contributing to your open source project is not as easy as one might think, because there's some projects that have hundreds of contributors per month, and you have to manage all of them. It's not easy. It's not an easy job, and that is a challenge in the open source community. Sorry. Also have quality control. People may be submitting PRs, submitting codes, but then is the code valuable enough to be added to your repo or to your software? Is it in the standard that you want it to be for your software? That is another challenge. So you might merge a peer that maybe is not qualified, and then someone else might review it and think, no, I don't think this piece of code qualifies to be merged. So quality control might also be an issue, and we have contribution diversity. Sometimes your open source project might only be contributed to by people who maybe are in the same country as you, and because open source aims to promote diversity and inclusion, it might be something hard to manage, because you want more people and diverse people to contribute to your project, but it trickles down to the publicity. If your open source software is only public in the region you're in, or the people you've met, or the people who know you, or the people who are part of your company, then there's no diversity, which becomes a problem. And also maintaining momentum. So there's usually, as a maintainer, I know there are usually times when PRs are being sent left, right, and center. And then there's a time when there's no PR, no communication, no one asking, can I work on this issue? And the momentum really fluctuates. So it's hard to maintain the momentum. It's not always going to be a busy day or in your open source project or on the projects you're going to contribute to. So maintaining momentum is a bit hard. Okay, I wish I could ask questions, because I've touched a lot about so many things, but this is something that I really want you to get to know of. Many people ask, how do I get involved in open source? They would love to, but how do they get started? The first thing is find a project that interests you. If you're into music, and the good thing about GitHub is it has the labels, so you can search music, and then a project that has a music tag on them appears, and you can go through it and see if it's something you can work on. For me, I'm using the example of something I love, that's music. If you love the project by Conductor, if you love research, there is always a project for anything that you are interested in. So Find a project that interests you. Just make sure it's something that is of your interest. Don't just pick a project because you think there are more contributors or because you know someone contributing to it. Make sure that it interests you, because unless you're interested, it might be really hard to stay committed to the project. And I don't think you want to drop out once you've chosen a project, because the end, when your peer is merged, there's that feeling that it's a certain feeling that you'll enjoy having. Familiarize yourself with the project. After you've chosen the go through the README, see who the maintainers are, see what you're supposed to do in order to install the project in your local machine. Do everything, get to know about everything about the project so that at least you get started on the same foot. And then the next step is to start contributing. So the best thing to do if you're a new contributor, you've never contributed before to the project or to open source, just reach out, say you're a first-time contributor, and if there are any issues you can work on. That is if they don't have the first-time contributors tag on their issues. But if they do, choose the first-time contributors tag. It's always easier, and it will encourage you to keep on contributing, because you can't start with the hard stuff. You'll always have to start with the easy stuff, so that at least it motivates you that you can do this, you can actually contribute to open source. And then attend community events. These are crucial, very crucial, because during these community events, that's when you'll meet people who share the same views as you, people who maybe contribute to the same projects as you, people who are going to encourage you in case maybe you're thinking of, this open source thing is not for me. There are always people who will encourage you. You'll meet like-minded people that will encourage you in your open source journey. Community events are really important. And community events are also where you get opportunities. Don't take them for granted. These events are curated to help you develop your skills both in your career and also personal skills too. They help you because when you interact, you also grow your personal skills. And that's the end of my talk. I thank you so much for listening. And there is this quote that I would love to leave you with. Remember to keep your contributions open. It's an ambiguous quote, but I hope it's something that you can remember. Thank you, everyone, and bye. Thank you again for listening to my session.
All right, that was an amazing session. And our next speaker, she had some technical problems and she's not going to be able to join us today. So our final talk is going to be at 4 p.m. And after that, at 4:30, Marcia Deodato and Ishita Narsikar, they're going to be running an I Am Remarkable workshop for all of you. If you go to our social media accounts, you will see the link to register for that workshop. And yeah, we will be right back at 4 p.m. Very sorry about the change of plans, but one of our speakers, sadly, she's not able to join because of technical issues. And yeah, see you in a while. Okay, welcome again, everyone. For our next session, we are very, very happy to have Roshanak with us. She's an AI research scientist at Electa. She holds a PhD in computer vision. She's an amazing, amazing person that I'm very glad to meet in person. She's amazing. And yeah, she will be talking to us about AI in cancer treatment. So, Roshana, please feel free to start sharing your presentation.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. Hi, Patty, and hi, everyone. And Patty, it's my pleasure to know you. You're an inspiration. So I'll share my screen. I'm sorry in advance. I recently recovered from a bad COVID.
Oh,
And yeah, sorry, I might cover it. Um, can you see my screen?
yes, yes, we can see it. And if you can please share the whole slides and take
I
your
will.
time. If you need to take your time because you're coughing or anything, it's okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
And yeah, go ahead.
Awesome. Shall I start, Patty?
Yes,
Great.
please.
Thanks. I'll start. Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me well and see my screen. If not, please put it in the chat. And I'm sure Patty can tell me. I can see the chat bar. Thanks for coming and attending my talk. The title of this talk is AI in Cancer Treatment. Just a bit of warning, it's impossible to cover all the related topics in this short amount of time. So I highly recommend if you have any question, ask at the end of my presentation or message me on LinkedIn. All right. So who am I? I'm an AI scientist who is specialized in computer vision and image processing. Currently, I'm working at a medical tech company called Electa. Electa is one of the three main companies in the field of radiation treatment. And which I would tell you more about radiation treatment and radiotherapy more in my presentation. If you're also interested to know more about my current role at Electa and my previous projects, which were mostly in academia, please check my website at roshanakrahmat.github.io. Awesome. Let's start the talk. AI in medical imaging in general. I want to ask you that what do you know about this? AI has been already applied in many healthcare domains. And what is related to my background, computer vision, focuses on image and video understanding. Therefore, tasks such as object detection, image classification, and image segmentation are massively used in these fields. Fields such as orthopedic, ophthalmology, dermatology, and one thing that I'm sure all of you heard about is radiology. Radiology, it was one of the first applications of computer vision tools. Radiology images such as CT scans, MRIs, or MR images help us to visualize the internal organs that we have. It helps us to see, for example, like the fractures in the bones or things like tumors. So the cancer's tumor detection are done via computer vision, via this type of images that we capture in radiology to see what's happening. And it helps the doctors to understand what's the type of the tumor, what's the shape of that, where is it exactly located, how risky it is, and so on. And once the doctors see the tumor and they decide that they send the patient for treatment, one of the methods for treating cancer is radiation treatment or radiotherapy. That AI is already also applied in radiotherapy. So now let's say that we choose like the patient who has cancer, and the doctor decided to have radiotherapy as the tool of the treatment for this patient. And now we want to see how AI is advanced in this field. Before we get to that, I have to tell you about a bit about radiation treatment or radiotherapy. So this is basically a cancer treatment that uses high doses of radiation to kill cancer cells and shrink tumors. Radiotherapy is conducted by these devices, which are called linear accelerator or LINACs. The radiation beams conducted from LINAC, which kills these cancer cells to slow down the growth of the damaging to the DNA that they have. This is a nice complete image that I prepared for you guys to understand this field of radiotherapy better. So let's look at number one. In number one, the doctors, to visualize what's happening in the body, they acquire these medical images that I talked about before. We get these images and we understand that there is a tumor, and then we start the treatment. We start planning the treatment. In number two, a very expert radiotherapist, oncologist who is trained for many years sits down for hours and manually draws the shape of the tumor on each slice of the usually the medical images are in different slices in a volume. On each slice draws one by one and goes through this number of slices several times to make sure that they draw the right shape. I tell you a fact that it's a very difficult task, and that's why they spend a lot of time. And these oncologists are trained for many years, and sometimes like two different oncologists, they might have different shape, or the same doctor who might come next day might draw different shape. It's very difficult, so they try to reduce this error as much as possible because they want to save the healthy cells and kill the cancer cells as much as possible. So now this shape that the doctor provided us, we go to number three. In number three, this shape grows tumor volume, and then we consider something larger than that, clinical tumor volume and planning tumor volume, that they are very I don't want to get involved in that, but just want to tell you that there is a shape that now with the systems, with medical physicists from that shape, they consider that they send the patient for treatment. And I just tell you that this treatment is not just one day, it's like let's say, for example, 30 days of treatment. So they have to calculate many different things that in this period of time, how the tumor might grow. So they have to consider all these different things. So now they provide this shape, and we start the treatment inside the machine. We put the patient inside the LINAC, and we see like the LINAC rotates around the patient and delivers the energy, those doses that I was talking about, those high dose, to the tumor inside the body. But to reduce the error, this radiation beams who rotates around the patient is shaped to the exact shape that the doctor drew, and it adopts its shape from different dimension that goes. So like this, we can from different dimension deliver the shape that the doctor drew and do the task better, let's say. Okay, now let's look at the imaging and dose delivery. So the precise dose delivery works well to wrap high dose tightly around the target when tumors don't move or change. For example, like this image that the tumor is located inside the brain. So it's not changing and it's easy to deliver exact shape that we had. But how if the tumor that we have is inside one part of the body in an organ like lungs that is moving continuously, right? So it's more difficult. For look at this image, we can see like these different object, different organs that we have. Let's say the organ, the tumor, they are moving because of the locations that it has in the body. And imagine we want to radiate this shape. It's difficult, right? We have a solid shape and now we have to adapt to this shape while this radiation goes around the patient. So I want to show you like the reason that I'm putting this slide to show you how difficult it is. So now that we understood how complicated is radiotherapy process, as we can see the whole image and all the devices inside the room of the treatment, I'm asking you this question that do you think that all patients who go under successful radiotherapy treatment are cured? Please note that the amount of effort needed by radiotherapists, radiographers, medical physicists, the time, the cost of treatment is huge. But it's not enough. And the question I ask you, the answer for that is not. So not all the patients that they have the same treatment for the same type of tumor, they are cured the same way. This picture can visualize what I want to tell you better. Look at this. There are people who get bad skin reactions, terrible bruises after radiotherapy. Why? Maybe it's because the amount of dose we deliver to different people should not only rely on their tumor shape or type or volume. Maybe other factors like gender, skin color can impact the treatment as well. And this brings us to this question of my talk. Why is cancer not cured yet? Why with all these advances that every day we see in medical domain, in medicine, we don't see that people say cancer is cured, right? And the main reason is obvious. We use the same recipe for all patients. There is no personalization is done because of the limitations in medical experts' time and resources. So what should we do? AI is the key. We should use AI. AI can build intelligence in our medical products to help human to get a better knowledge about cancer. To understand what I mean by personalization, let's look at this picture. What we can see here, we see different human from different gender, different race, different skin color, different age. Lots of differences, right? We always hear that some people from a specific race or specific region in the world suffer more or less from a specific disease. For example, Southeast Asian women, they get less breast cancer than European women, or among European men, Italian men, they suffer or prostate cancer for them is cured easier. So these demographics that people have perform a key role on the situation of their health. But when it comes to medicine in general, we look at human population rather than each individual. Let's look at this nice figure. What we can see from this, it's showing that although people are different for the factors that I told you in the previous slide, they all go through the same treatment as soon as medics classify them for a specific disease, for example, colon cancer here. The truth is that they get different responses from different treatment. I mean, due to our differences, we can expect that the treatment has different outcome for different individuals. For example, we can see like it's working more effectively for most of people, but has no effect for some, and sadly for some people has adverse effects. To this brings us to this brings our attention to personalized medicine. Personalized medicine, which is also called precision medicine, stratified medicine, or P4, is basically a medical model that separates people into different groups with medical decisions for them and drugs being specialized to each individual patient based on their risk of disease. Personalized medicine can be used in different healthcare services such as prevention, diagnosis, and treatment. The goal of preventive care is to detect health problems before symptoms develop. In prevention, we are targeting early detection of disease in patients at risk and improving preventive measures. So that's very cool, right? Imagine with AI systems, we can say like someone in they might have this, and if they change, I don't know, for example, their lifestyle, this wouldn't happen. In diagnosis, an accurate disease diagnosis is modeled for enabling individuals treatment strategy, which is also very important and valuable. And finally, when it comes to treatment, personalized medicine, it is improving the outcome of treatment through targeted treatment and reduced side effects. Now, let's see how can AI help us in this problem. And of course, AI can be used to help physicians identify and choose the right drugs and right treatment for the right patient. Let's think how if we merge all available information we can obtain from an individual, for example, patient's genome data, their demographics, their medical history, their imaging scans, and their lab tests. Then we are able to go through personalized medicine. So merging data is difficult for us as humans. But AI can change the future of medical treatment as it has the ability to find the patterns we are looking for from different data sources and large data sources. So there are benefits and challenges come for this. As for benefits, I say we can apply machine learning algorithms on large size multimodal data sets to identify hidden patterns of data to deliver personalized treatment, and of course, reducing the burden on the healthcare system. And for the challenges, I'd say that optimization of application is required and the knowledge base of the stakeholders, such as doctors, need to have a basic understanding of the concerned domains. I hope I was clear when I was talking about combining different type of data from a human. If not, let's look at a very simple example that I have, non-medical related, and next one is medical related. Let's look at this example. Let's say one of you knows me, and if you see my picture, you say that that's Roshana. If I call your phone from an unknown number, you can still recognize my voice and say that's Roshana. Now, let's say having both of these sources of information, voice and face would give you more confidence in recognizing me. Even if, let's say, my voice, like for example, today, might be different due to catching cold that I like or COVID that I got, right? So, one feature can compensate the other feature in case of having some one is missing or one is noisy, like current situation I have. So human brain can easily merge and combine different type of data, while in AI, this is still a challenging problem and due to the differences of the data sources. Am I clear? Did you get the idea? I hope you understood. Now we go back to radiotherapy. This is one of the examples that I told you. So biological modeling is the backbone of personalized radiotherapy. High throughput omics and functional imaging technologies are utilized to individualize the combined modality radiotherapy protocol to each specific case. As a toolbox for data mining across a range of technology platforms, the ultimate objective is to develop knowledge driven decision support systems to guide clinical practice by learning models that are generated. And like this, lots of data, merging them, we can deliver better radiotherapy. I hope. And this is the end of my talk. I hope you enjoyed it and would be more than happy to answer your question if you have any.
Thank you, Roshanak. I really enjoyed this one, and you know that for me, AI is a passion, and it's a really interesting session. So we are really grateful that you were willing to join us, even if you just was out of your COVID infection. So we really appreciate that you're here sharing your knowledge with us. There are some comments on the chat, but yeah, please feel free to follow Roshanak's social media, and if you want to reach out to her, look for her on LinkedIn. She's a brilliant AI researcher. And yeah, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Patty. I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, and see you soon in London.
See you soon. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right. So this is the end of all of the presentations. Right up next, we have the I Am Remarkable. So you can find the details to register for the workshop in our social media, or also on the chat. You will find the link to register. Don't miss it. The I Am Remarkable program is an amazing program. You're going to be able to learn how to talk about your accomplishments and all of the good things that you achieve without feeling that you're bragging. So it's really interesting, and it's an interactive one. So I recommend you to go and join. Marcia and Ishita, they are amazing technologists. So don't miss it. And yeah, before we go, again, we want to thank our sponsors, our gold sponsors, Charles River Laboratories, Google. Google, they are always supporting us in all of our events. They are amazing. Morgan Stanley, thank you so much for your support. Nearform and the University of Glasgow. Our silver sponsors, JP Morgan, and our bronze sponsors, FileStack, Think Analytics, and GitHub. And of course, for partners again, the Glasgow City Innovation District, the amazing girls at Dress Code. They are doing an amazing job closing the gender gap in technology here in Scotland. And in London, we have the girls at Next Tech Girls. Go and have a look at what they do. They are also working to bring more girls into technology. And the amazing people at Code Your Future, they are doing such a brilliant job at training refugees for free boot camps, coding boot camps for refugees, and then they help them to find positions in the tech industry. So, well, thank you everyone for joining us. It was a really long and interesting day full of talks. Please go join the I Am Remarkable workshop. This workshop is not going to be streamed or recorded because of the nature of the workshop and because it's interactive. So it's a private one. But yeah, thank you again. And I hope that you can join us on our next event. Thank you. Bye-bye.